Look at that, on time and everything. Hi, you two. Hi, Dark. Hi, Ferris. I hope your week went well, right? This is the weekend, start of the weekend. And did I ever say your name right? Hold on. Was it Tari Sino? Is that how you say it? Welcome back. Let me go ahead and start the good old classic timer. If I do that, and then there we go. I have fulfilled all of the things I needed to. Scarlet Demi, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. All of the Oh, that's great. Tarexino. There we go. Got it. You know what? I really do want to get better with the names. Let me write that down. Z-E. Tarex-E. No. There we go. Welcome. What wonderful. I'm getting better at saying names. Rawr, like a dinosaur. I hope you've all been doing well. I hope your week was great. Finally catching one of your streams. Lovely. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you all could make it, and I do appreciate the both of you here as well. Ferris and Dark for tuning in early. It's always a little funny to see. I'm prepping for stream, and then I see in the top corner of my setup, I just see typing going on. Battles being waged. Wars being won. So, you know, as I'm scrambling, a little stressed, it's a delight to say. 11:30 p.m. That's almost midnight, right? 2:04 a.m. How do you people do that? Let me rephrase that. 2 a.m. 2 a.m.'s a little wild. It's, 1 p.m. for me right now? And I can't decide if the time should be up more, less more, how it's going. Hi, chats. Hi, Rudy. Welcome to stream. Welcome back, you two. Let's see, go learn Rect? What do you mean? If you could elaborate a little bit, Pars. Don't know why it says your first time. I remember that name, or maybe it was off of YouTube. But welcome to stream all the same. And let's see, you had the dumbest idea for some reason. Oh, hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. You had a scenario in your mind, or your head, where a streamer was cursing at the sensor sound. Was an aim and break. A little confused on that one. I've never heard that one before. Interesting. At the very least, and hi, Spootsy. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Impressive. Hold on, what did I miss? Oh, if I scroll up 2 4, I see. 2 a.m. in Bangladesh. Got ya. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Time zones are so wonky. Did any of you get up to anything and game related or just fun stuff this week? It was all over the place. Did it say Spootsy? That's what it says. Sputnik. Was it Sputnik? Hold on. Let me rephrase. It's Sputnik or is it Spootsy? Your name says Spootsy Spoot. But I remember it being Sputnik. Which one? Which one do you want? Oh, take it or leave it. Which one should I leave on the table? And if you were a VTuber and you had to censor yourself, your sound would probably be a screaming necrolark. Huh? I thought you would mean maybe some sort of bones being rattling. You'll take anything for real. I say I've been in a lot of grace period. Lovely. Built different. So it seems, Ferris. My sleep wasn't too good. But you know what? I'm here and I'm hoping at the very least during this stream we'll be able to reset my stream schedule so we can start all over again and get some good rest today. It's gonna be a lot of thinking power, and originally today was supposed to be programming specifically and we were supposed to be cleaning up code, but I realized, you know what? I have no idea where to take things, and I think we have to stop for a second and rewind and tweak what we have now. No need to go forward with programming since we need a little bit more time in the oven is what I'm thinking. So that's today's I hope at the very least. I'm hoping it'll be fun. It's a little upsetting to go back a bit, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine, 100%. And let's see, bones rattling. So like a dry Koopa from Mario. I see. I think I've heard of that before. I don't play much Mario, but I've seen a Koopa before. Wait, that's the little dinosaur guys, right? The what is it? The turtle guys, I think, if I had to remember. I am not good at caught up on the Mario lore, but I do remember something Luigi getting stuck with the Koopas. I think it was an animation I watched. And Bobby's enjoying himself as always. Of course he is. Look at that face. How could he not enjoy himself? The fact that there are zero thoughts go through that brain of his makes his life very enjoyable. Zero thoughts. Head empty. Mind happy. That is the way he thinks. That is the way he lives. And letting the game cook, huh? That one could say. And hi ho, Jerry Camacho? Is that how you say it? Or is it Camacho? Which one? Welcome to stream. What's the countdown for? I spend 5 minutes at the start of stream just chatting for a bit before we get into the topic. That's for. It gives people time to come in and come on down. And second one, Jerry Camacho then, right? I think so, right? But yeah, the timer's there to give people a time to come in here, get settled, get all nice and cozy, chat a little bit, warm up, and Koopa Polish. Really? That is an interesting one. I would have never guessed. No, you meant Bobby. Bobby is the correct one. That's okay. And that's not what you meant, that's what it sounds like. Look, hers. Words are a funny and lovely thing. And Dobry Winchester? Worcestershire? Reminds me of the Worcestershire sauce. And let's see, Koopas are the turtles, and dry Koopas are the skeleton. Gaia! You've never really played Mario games? Gaia. Kombucha? Kombucha's a food, I think? And you want to play Mario games, but it'll cost a lot? Here? I'm not really big Mario fan, so I don't know, but maybe one of these days. And hi, Holla, welcome to stream. Welcome all the same, and since that timer up there is all good to go, we move on. And we move to here. As you can see, today is a very testing the waters. I did this type of stream back when I was first trying to create the idea of the game, but you'll see what I'm attempting to do here, and I'm not sure if this is gonna fill the full 4 hours, but we'll see. We'll see, certainly, most definitely. And now you're imagining this most screwed up streamer, huh? I'm a little confused with this one. A minute or two, huh? Fools, huh? No, I'm a little confused what you mean by that one, Scarlett. But all the same, gonna do the pitch and then do a little bit of planning. He didn't even give me a chance. You can't run when I haven't even given you the opportunity to run, alright? Now, saying all that, I'm gonna go away for a second. You stay right there in your seat. Don't move anywhere, I'm telling you. It won't be good if you move. This will only make things worse, alright? Stay right there. seem you are indeed stuck at an elevator. Now, how you got stuck here, no one knows the answers to. Only you do, and for some reason you can't remember, and that's okay, because you know what? I'm here. I'm here to give you a little bit of comfort, since I am very business attire, very business dressed, as you can see. It's a business office where you do make business deals, like 100 quadrillion billion dollars here. Stole your suit. I am no thief. I made this myself. Saying that, hold on. Now I'm very business, yeah. But this is the section I like to do at the start of the stream, where I spend 1 minute trying to convince you that my game, hold on, pause for dramatic effect, of course, this one, Necrotype Cafe, is a game you should consider thinking about, just a smidge. Only a smidge is all I ask for. I try to give, oh, hold on, I heard a sound. I try to do it in, oh, I died for a second. I try to do it in 1 minute in an attempt to both, for people who are just joining stream who've never seen the game before, give you an idea of what the idea I'm going for is, as well as me get better at trying to pitch the game in 1 minute to better explain what's going on here. That is the idea behind the elevator pitch. So 1 minute and an attempt to pitch my game to you, which you'll totally invest in by the end of the stream. Now let's see. Oh, there we go. Red Nashta? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So saying all that, yeah, pitching the game. Number 2, the plan. Number 4, number 3, question mark. Number 4, the profit. Exactly, and oh, hold on, I saw a name there. Welcome to stream, Zach. Welcome back. Alrighty. So saying all of that, words. I can words. You're about to see how good I can word. I'm going to put that timer up there. And we are going to go. Alrighty. Okay, let's see. I will start it, and then we will go. And, okay, now. I forget where I put my, okay. I'm good now. You can hear it. I have my notes. 100% legit here. Philippine's gonna fall. You'll be fine. Just close your eyes. You don't need to see, you just need to hear. Alright, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, the necromancer who goes to a prestigious wizard academy, but her parents sent her there to become a necromancer. She doesn't want to become a necromancer, she wants to become a chef, a baker. So she decides to open up a cute little cafe in an abandoned part of the school where she serves her peers, the rest of the wizard students that are going there. And the way you play the game is that you create, over the span of a month, you're trying to prove to your parents that you can become a wonderful chef. And you do this by serving your classmates. And to do that, you have to do a rhythm typing game by typing to the beat. By typing to the beat, you're able to summon food, summon all different types of cuisines to serve your customers better. Be it different flavors, be it different foods. It's an idea of typing to the beat and also serving customers. Not only that, you also have to balance serving ghosts as well. And in doing that, it's a mad dash between serving customers, serving ghosts, figuring out how to keep in line with rhythm, and overall a bit of a game that's a mixture, and I'm running out of words if you couldn't tell. I'm just going to... It's always the ending that gets me. How'd I do though, aside from that? I mean, in the beginning, great, and I'll give myself beginning, middle, and 8, right? And 2. Total of 10. That is how you math. 100%. Let me go ahead and close this. Who's Bobby? Bobby was that adorable little guy, and start the stream from the beginning? Huh? Did something happen? Is there an error or something? Hold on. It should be working, right? I think so. I know there's sometimes glitches, but it says it's doing well. I will assume it's doing great. It's doing good on here. It's doing good on here. We should be good to go. With all that said, though, stream's good. With all that said, though, if my 100% legitimate business practices didn't convince you, that's okay. That's all right. I understand. You need a proof of concept, and luckily for you, currently up on itch, I have the prototype of the game that you can play. So why don't we give that a go and give that a try? Why don't we? Let me go ahead and bring you to, if the screens will work properly. If I do this, yep, that works. Gonna go ahead and then swap over to, hold on, swap you over to this screen. And transition. Here we go. Lovely. saying all of that, let me go ahead and remove some of this business, as now we're moving from business and very corporate to moving towards programmers. And you know what programmers do the best? they sleep in pajamas. Pajamas are the best way to program. Let me go ahead and get de-dressed here and get our good old friend Bobby back. He's the mastermind behind things. This little guy right here, very adorable, very cute, couldn't do it without him. This is currently, and let me go ahead and copy this here. And hold on, where did my thing go? It's always the thing I miss it. And great to see so much chaos in it. We are all very contained and well-managed individuals. Suit outfit for you? I am working on one. You'll get one soon. Soon TM. I have to speak to a tailor of the finest refinery. Just you wait. But the link I sent there will take you to this page where you can try out the game for yourself. Give it a good old try. And hi Samuke, welcome to stream. Welcome, and hi Escobar, welcome to you as well. I hope you were both doing wonderful and great. Saying all of that, I should just be able to click on here, run game, and the game should open up, if it does not crash. I have had problems with that before, but we're working on it. It is a work in progress. I have been working on this game since August, the end of August of last year. So not many months ago. I think that makes it, let's see, August, September, October, November, December. So about 5-ish months, 4 to 5-ish months. Not a lot of time. Saying all of that, let me go ahead and click this guy here, and I should be able to, if it lets me. Hold on. Nope, it did not do the thing. Let me try this thing instead. Does this? No. This? Aha! There we are. Look at that. Wonderful. And let's see. Close enough. Oh, I lost track of what's going on. You see, you love seeing video games crash. That means you're on the right track. Of course. If it's not crashing, I don't know what type of game you're playing. Crashing matters. Crashing is very important. Saying all of that, though, here is the game. It is called Necrotype Cafe, and I'll bring you through the tutorial. How you play the game is you click the tutorial, and we are here in the tutorial. You figured out the rhythm thing you had trouble with? No. Which is why I bring you here today to trying to do a brainstorming stream where we attempt to see if we can figure out other ways to implement rhythm. First, let me show you what I currently have on the board, and we'll go from there. It is implemented, I just don't like it. There's a big difference. Well, in saying all of that, there's a book at the bottom of the screen that you can open, and this is your, how would I best describe it? This is your spell book. You look down here for all of your spells, all of your menus. That's what that guy's down there. And the music is lovely, I do agree. We can flip the pages with A and D, and look at that! We have a little customer. Let's go ahead and seat the customer. The customer will go on, mosey on down, find somewhere nice and cozy to sit at. And, you have a combined? I'm a little confused on that one, Scarlett. That's a lot to read. I'm just saying ultimate life form and everything. But after we wait a little bit, the customer will be done and ready to order, as they're not reading the book anymore. They're waving, saying hello. So I'll go ahead and grab that order. And if I go to the next page, you can see, or yeah, you can see, it's a pink purple cookie, it looks like, which if I go to the right, you see is a sweet, bitter cookie. That's the type of food we have to make. So let's go ahead and make that food. And let's see, nothing confusing, but this one you must predict, I say. And the game has to either did read that, and when you played, you couldn't figure anything out and lost your first customer. Did you recently play? I updated this last night with the transitions. Don't worry, that will be fixed. Again, why I really wanted to do this stream today. Saying all of that, we need a sweet, bitter cookie. Let's go ahead and do sweet, bitter cookie and click generate. And now you can hear, if you've been here before, it was a 1-note beat. Now, anytime you hear deprogram off stream, yeah, I try to make sure I'm updating and trying to finish the game on time. It depends. I try to do large scale things on stream and then kind of tweak things off stream. So for example, we started figuring out the tempo and the beat and the rhythm stuff last stream, and then I tried to clean it up for this stream. And let's see, you played during the first stream we joined. I see, got ya. What was that? My memory is terrible. You'll have to remind me. Sometimes a week feels like one day, and sometimes one day feels like a month. Truth be told. Saying all of that though, anytime you hear that deep sound, which is that anytime it flashes, that's when you type it. So I would have to type, let's see, say this is why. We need to change things, all right. up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. There we go. E, T, H, ooh, E, L, E, E, S, S, I, R, ooh, E, S, O, I, S, T, E, D, T, H, E, S, H, O, H, A, R, P, T, E, M, P, T, T, A, T, I, O, N. That was hard, and that was very long too. And I do like that music. The music is Undertale. I see. Okay, that wasn't that long ago then. That was before the update. The update, I tried to make things a little bit nicer, but got ya. I see. Okay, saying all of that, you stayed with the double BPM. I did indeed. I thought that made it a little bit nicer a nicer feel, it felt like. So I went with it instead, and I think we found a bug. Hold on. Did we? Oh no, the customer left. I took too long. Well then. Okay then, customer, surely you will want a sweet bitter cookie, right? 100%. You won't want anything else. Sweet bitter cookie. It's 50-50. It's either gonna be a cookie or a cake. I am hoping it's gonna be a cake. I mean cookie, right? Okay, never mind then. Let's This is the best type of tutorial, isn't it? Okay, let's see if we can do this a little bit faster. Bitter cake. Let's see. A, L, M, I, M, S, Y, W, E. Right now I feel in the current state though. This is very boring. Despite implementing it, I feel like it got worse. O, R, O, G, O, B, E, S, comma, A, N, D, T, H, E, M, O, M, E, R, A, T, H, S, O, U, T, almost, R, A, B, oh, I said something. I shouldn't have said anything. Let me out. Okay, I did it. But right now I feel like in the current state, this isn't fun. This game loop itself, either it's the tempo of the music or something else. And welcome, Smedge. Way too much to type. Exactly. I want you to type a lot, but because of the way the beats are going currently, I think the pacing of the game's wrong. So I think we have to go back. Rhythm part and your part. Why do you think I brought you here, Sputnik? Exactly why we're here. And add variation to the rhythm? That is where the ghost comes in. The ghost adds variation. And you're the same. I see. Bitter cake, isn't it tasty? At least maybe like a coffee cake. And a question about grades. You never played perfect, but even when you missed only one letter, at the end you always get poor? Are they tied to levels or is it just massive skill issue? The way the grades work is if you miss anything, you get a, it goes from okay to nice or perfect, and then I think okay. If you miss anything, you lose perfect, and you go to nice. But you might just, anytime you miss a beat, that's a point lost. That's how it goes. And then percentage-wise, it tries to check between how many beats you could get in a song, or in a verse, and then it goes from there in percentage. So for example, if there's 20 characters in a spell, then it takes the time you took to do the beats. So for example, if it took you 30 beats, that would give you a different score than if it took you 40 beats. And you disliked Ghost mean to me? The Ghost, that's what I wanted to try to make better, but I think overall, things need to change. And tight to the beat isn't descriptive enough. Have a GIF with a finger and a button and have it animate at the speed that should enter. This is level 0. The word should be something like cat. Got ya! That is an interesting one. Thank you for that, Jerry. Yeah, I definitely do need to rework the tutorial, but in the current state it is, just playing it even though I know the rules, I feel like the rhythm typing portion of the game that is implemented right now isn't fun, and I think it's either due to the BPM or something else. Something's not working here, and that's what I wanted to try to figure out today. It's a lot of brainstorming, a lot of ideas, and hopefully suggestions we'll see. And let's see. While I do make Dark Souls a rhythm game, you just want me to suffer. And like gotta full focus. You're gonna come off in like 30 minutes. You'll stay on for a while. And thank you for coming. I hope your focus is fun. And try a stage between perfect to nice, maybe good, great, or excellent. Right now there's 5, but there's always redoing the numbers. As far as ghosts are concerned, this is where the tempo changes up. And I like this part of the game, but again, today is all about seeing and trying to tweak things about the game, the core elements of the core elements themselves, to see, okay, maybe if we do this, it'll make the game fun. Right now, this is the prototype of the game, so things are subject to change. That's the whole point. The whole idea is that we work fast to try to see, is this fun? I think before I did changes, it was fun. Now it's not as fun. I feel like it's slowed down. It's made it very tedious, which is not what I want. Not one bit. You're gonna have to poof too. Goodbye, silly alien. May thou have a blessed day. Thank you for coming, Scarlet. Thank you for joining. May thou have a good day as well. Alright, saying all of that, to get rid of the ghost, and you'll see as well the new changes with the tempo. If I click generate, next up, can you hear it? I think everything's a little bit too loud as well, which also explodes. I hope it was a good explosion. But now the beat's 2. It goes 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. And it changes from that to 1, 2, 1, 2. So let's see if I can do it. I just want to see if I can get past the tutorial, which right now in the game's current state is not the best. And you can see 1, 2, and it's either fun and confusing or simple and boring. We can fix the confusing part. It's the boring part that I want to make sure I address. Let's see, if and when full release comes, will it be Pokemon difficulty, Kingdom Hearts? I wouldn't know those difficulties. I do know Dark Souls though. And okay, I didn't read that. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, B, Y, T, H, E, T. I feel like this was a little bit more fun. Let's see. T, U, and then M. Let's see, the thing is I couldn't get the transition to also sound right. Let's see, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, U, D, L, L, Y, L, O, N, next up, G, G, D, see this right here. Let's see, up, down, down, up, down, down. There we go. I, M, E, T, H, E, and then A, N, D, T, H, E, M, M, O. What is going on? Next up. Hold on. There we go. So, as you can see, in the current game state, things are bad. Everything's burning, which is okay. And hi Sajicum, welcome back to stream. And this placeholder audio from now, it is indeed. This is just me attempting to see what works and what doesn't work, and in its current state, as it does not work. I think something's wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong, and that's what I want to try to spend today doing. Trying to brainstorm ideas for how things could be fixed, maybe different ways we can implement things. That's the goal. As far as what you're saying about earlier, Smench, there is perfect, nice, okay, poor, and fail. You only get fail if you miss everything. There's like a certain number of misses you can have. For example, I might set it to 20. If you miss 20 on a spell, you get fail. If you get through the spell, even if you have some misses, it's poor. If you hit everything, it's perfect. So you're usually gonna get nice or okay if you do it well. But right now, it's not. There's no good feeling. There's no nice feeling when you're doing the rhythm, and that's why I wanna tweak things a little bit. So we'll see. I'll go ahead and put back on the music here, and this is summoned. Did I type something wrong? No. Okay, we're good. Yeah, summoned. There's typing errors here and there, but we'll see. And you have an idea. Okay, I'm listening. Show everyone the reference you were going for? Sure. I keep thinking the name wrong. But right now it is implemented, Sputnik. The issue is, even in the state it is, I either have to find different music, different audio. It's working as intended, but the detection is off. Very off. But let's see. You have an idea. Why don't you make it so you have to type in 1 2 2 2 1 2 2 1 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 and repeat. You can make variations. Well, funny you mentioned that. So hold on. I wrote down the name. Where did it go? Terexino. There we go. I remember. I'll show you what's going on currently. Since I do have Godot pulled up. Let's see. how it currently works. Now, the issue is it works, but it doesn't feel nice. And that's why I want to kind of go back to the drawing board today. But there is a way I can do what you just said, Terexino. If we go back up here, hold on, here, back up here. And if I go into beat, hold on, and our beat list here, you can see, if Godot will let me, there is one that does it for one, every one. That was the 1, 2, 1, 2. There's one that goes 1, 1, 2, 2. And, you know, since Godot crashed, I take my regularly scheduled water break while we wait. And let's see, clearly read the name. I remember. I remember to read the name, okay? Very different. Your girlfriend's girlfriend is cheating on them, and the worst thing that they have is the same class. That it sounds very unfortunate. Mega unfortunate. But I hope things stay civilized at the very least. Saying all of that, I just want to see what you mean there. So it's 1, 2, 2, 2. Oh, hold on now. I can do 1, 2. Well, 1, 1, 2, 2. That's very different. Never mind. I don't think I can write that out. What I can do, for example, let me show you the capabilities. If we go back in here into Rhythm Manager, for example, and then we go to current beat composition default. What I can do is if I go to my main menu, as I have been trying to add things to just test and everything since there is the need for testing, I can enable this here. And then if I go into our Rhythm Manager back here, let's see. You feel the hardest part about this will be making it difficulty rise while staying fun like Cuphead. It's hard, but it's fun. Yeah, the issue is, and oh, I did read that, okay. Yikes. The issue is finding that balance. I want this game to be something that everyone can play, everyone of all levels, but the issue is by catering to everyone, it leaves it very hard to be specific. By wanting to be a jack of all trades, I am a master of none. And by not honing down on something specific, it can make development very tricky. And let's say something is really overcomplicated, you wish you knew programming help. It's a-okay. A lot of this, well, last stream what we did for programming at the very least was music, trying to learn how music worked. And I can show you now that I can think, current beat composition default. Right now it's 1, 2, 1, 2. If I add this, it turns into 1, 1, 2, 2. And I can click play here and you can listen. That's how it works at the moment though, currently. And let me go ahead and hide this. Oh, hold on. If I do this here, well, now that isn't right. Current beat composition default. Yes, that's correct. Beat manager. Oh, never mind. We haven't heard the... There we go. 1, 1, 2, 2. That is correct. Okay. And you can hear it here, I believe. Yep, we're all good to go. That's all I have to do to add things. So I can get really creative at the moment. It's very flexible. And how the metronome works. The issue is, flexibility is not always good. So you'll have to redo your beat system. Right now, the beat system is reworked. Right now, I can add and delete beats as I go. For example, if it'll let me. It's not gonna let me. Godot decided, nope. I crash again. Some more water. And let's see, you have to do redo. No, that's what we worked on last stream, thankfully. Beat system is redone. No, you're fine. It's a-okay. Things are just right now a mess, which is fine. They're bound to be. I think that's the fun of programming. Sometimes it's just a little messy, which is fine. Right now, if I go back into our Rhythm Manager, you can see it was 1, 1, 2, 2. If I want to make it 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, I just have to have this guy here. So I can add and remove beat lists as much as I want, which is nice. That was something I couldn't do before, and I can mix up the patterns and everything, which is good. However, I think the concept itself isn't that fun. I think there's something else we can do. So in saying all that, I bring us back to the main point of today's stream. If I go back here, it is not only the pitch, but the plan. Since we talked about the pitch, we talked about the game itself, we kind of have an idea going on right now. So you're supposed to type when it's 1, right? Yep. Hold on. I will show you. And can you do... Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. Right now, it mimics each other. So I could do... No, I can't do that. And right now, like I said, it mimics. So it would be... Do you mean... Would you consider this 1, 2, 1, 2? Hold on. Let me mute that for a second. Unmute that. What do you consider this? I consider this 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. And you can see when you're supposed to type when it says true. That's what that guy's supposed to tell you. But this is 1, 1, 2, 2. It mimics it. So it can only do a certain pattern. That's how that works at the moment. And okay, I did read that. Yep, you're supposed to type when it's 2. So this would be 2, 2. Let's say 2, no, there we go, 2, 2. That's when you type. And you think 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2 could be more interesting. That allows more interesting patterns. That would be interesting, but right now the basic patterns aren't working, which is where trying to figure out things come in. I definitely would like to do something later on. Yeah, just an example. And show the inspiration to stream. Oh, it's like watching the Titanic drown. I'm getting to the inspiration, don't you worry, Sputnik. All right, saying all of that, I wanted to bring you into a program I haven't used in a second called Miro, which is this guy here. I started using this back when I was first trying to figure out an idea of what to do for making a game. Let me go ahead and put the music back on. And it was just an idea of trying to figure, okay, what has to do with poems, poetry, figuring out things with spells. Well, this was back when Necrotype Cafe was just an idea. Just an imagination. And I wanted to keep what we have, but think about maybe figuring out different ways to implement said ideas. And what does that all mean? I want to keep it a rhythm typing cafe game, but maybe there's a different way to do rhythm. I think right now, typing's okay, cafe's okay. Rhythm is something's off about the rhythm and the typing working together. It feels weird. And let's see, might be me just confused since both the 1, 1 and 2, 2 have emphasis, but maybe that's just because of the placeholder art. It probably is, truth be told. It probably is. The idea is that it's just one sound, which is, yeah, the placeholder audio. Probably if it was different, the audio was different, it would feel a lot better. Speaking of, I'll show you what I was going for, as Sputnik pointed out. Let me go here, and then, let me bring you into YouTube for a second, if I can type correctly. Rhythm, doctor, nurse level. Let's see if I can pull it up really quickly. I might have to go to a different screen. This one here. Go to YouTube like this. And let's see. You don't play rhythm games, otherwise you could give better helps ideas. That's more than okay. The thing is, it's like you don't have to play rhythm games or play typing games. The idea is that you can get inspiration from them. Sometimes not playing those games gives you a different perspective in figuring out how to develop things, which is always fun. And try looking at a rhythm game called Friday Night Funkin'. I have seen that one before. It should help with the rhythm. The thing with Friday Night Funkin' and a lot of rhythm games, hold on, I'll show you in a second. Let me pull it up. Let's see, Rhythm Doctor. And if I go ahead and open that guy up, we should be here. Lovely. Okay, which means I can bring you into the screen. If I drag you here. Ah, wonderful, you are here. I'll go ahead and unmute this guy here. This is the idea I was going for with the 1, 1, 2, 2. They do it better because of the cues, but the idea is that 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Again, this is a game called Rhythm Doctor. It's a very fun game if you haven't played it before. I would recommend it if you're a fan of rhythm games. Very fun. It's still in development, which is also really neat. I've been watching the development. It's been in development for, I believe, don't quote me on this, I'd say if I had to wager, I think 5 years, if I had to guess. But just listen to this. Right? That's the idea I'm going for. Where it's the cues and the sounds make you do the typing. Where it's, you hear 1, so you type 1. And then when you hear 2, it does you have to type 2, or you have to hit it for 2. The issue is that I'm running into is that not the issue, I guess, but the idea is that because of these lines here, they're visual cues that tell you when you can type. And my idea is that maybe that is something we have to consider, some sort of visual cue on screen. We do have that already kind of with the way the colors work when typing. And I'll bring you back in here for a second so you can see what I mean. I go back into Godot. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. Lovely. If I go back into here, I go ahead and open this guy up here. And I go into, oops, hold on. Let me take you into the test level. And Godot is just closing today, isn't it? It's not happy with my ideas of reworking the system, it seems. But that's okay, it doesn't have to be happy. And yeah, that'll definitely help. Yeah, that was also a lot, that was also a suggestion I got back when I was getting a lot of feedback for the game. That's another reason why I'm trying to make sure the prototype itself is fun before moving on with adding better assets and better animations. Gotta make sure the gameplay is fun. Right now, gameplay wasn't fun. The main complaint, or the main feedback I got, was that the ghost wasn't fun. The transition bit was very confusing. It wasn't fun. Just delete the ghost. And the whole point of the game is that it's supposed to be very dynamic. You're supposed to do a lot at different times. You have to do a lot of balancing. So the idea to delete the ghost or delete that transition part kind of gets rid of the point of the game. But maybe there's a different way we can do the point of the game, which is the hope behind trying to see about doing something different. So let me go ahead and unhide this test guy here. Click on play if it'll let me. It did. And let me go ahead and hit, oh, oops. That's the wrong one. It should not be test. It should be in levels. Levels here, levels menu, and then I do test. Wonderful. And let's see here. Let's see. We love to see a properly managed project. I attempt. Today was supposed to be about cleaning it up, but I realized we have to go back to the drawing board. So instead, I decided, you know what, Dad, let's work with what we have before cleaning it up. But welcome, Luxuria Morningstar. Welcome. I hadn't seen that name in a second. I hope you're doing well. Okay, as I was saying about the typing and everything, right? If I go here, and you can see with the visual cues, if I click here, and here, what you're supposed to be typing appears here. That's such an interesting pattern to play. But the idea behind it is that there's some sort of blinking that goes on, the type to the beat bit, and that was the part that I tried to add, but again, I think there's something different. You've been on vacay, but ahoy, ahoy! Ahoy, ahoy! So that's currently how it's indicated, but I think maybe something different. I don't have, unfortunately, and I'll bring you back to this screen. Hold on. I don't have, unfortunately, and let me go ahead and hide this guy here. I used to have the project where we had everything planned out, but it got corrupted, sadly. So I don't have what was initially recorded and written down for ideas, but we had a few ideas here and there. And let's see, hold on. A player should always feel like a fail of any means, like getting hit or missing a beat is their fault. Yeah. It is in your brain just too slow. Is your brain just too slow, or anybody else getting confused when the ghost changed the tempo? Yep, that was the biggest complaint, Zach. You hit it right on the nail. People didn't like the ghost because they didn't understand the ghost. And even if I were to show a better tutorial of the ghost, I think the ghost shouldn't need a tutorial to understand, or at least not a detailed tutorial on how to defeat the ghost step by step. You should get it after a second. And I've even had people playtest the game, understand how the ghosts work, but still not like the ghost. I had about 3 people attempt to try it out. And okay, to read that. And poking ideas here and there, so you trigger some related ideas, probably not the best. I see. Oh, hold on. Let me click this. I didn't read that part. Let's see. The whole concept of bars and meters is a bit far away. We don't need that. We don't need the musical technical knowledge. It's not needed for today. That was a headache to figure out, but I'm glad we did. Let's see. It's just the whole music theory thing is a bit too far reach. No offense, your English is bad. No worries. The music theory thing was very difficult to figure out. And I definitely think part of the issue is the music itself. The thing was, and I can, hold on, let me move my tablet here. One thing that I think right now is an issue is the song choice. I doubled the speed of some songs to bring them up. The beats per, how can I best describe this? Beats per minute in a song is, I would describe as how fast it's going. If it's 90 versus 120, the 91's slower. And I can even show you, actually. Hold on. All right, let me show you what I mean. Let me go back into Godot. 100% easier to show you. Okay. The song I used to have was called Spooky. Oh, hold on. Godot closed again, which means I get more water. Let's see. Music theory, you mean like progress bar. Oh, I see. Got ya. Like a rectangle with a circle that just moves when it passes the area as you press. We looked at that before, and I might show you again. Hold on. Let me hide that. Let me bring you to here. Spooky. And I should be able to play this sound. You should be able to hear it. Can you hear it? Hold on. Yeah, you can hear it. This is a very slow playing song. The beats per minute's about 90. And you can kind of hear how slow it is, right? And I do like this song. The issue was, even when I doubled the speed of the song, or doubled the speed of the beats, it still felt very slow to play. So I ended up getting rid of this song. but something like, let's see if I can remember the name. I don't think I can. So I'll just click this here. But something like, where are we at? Song here, Race to the End. I think Race to the End is a really fast one. Race to the End. This guy here is very fast, I believe. Hold on, let me double click you. This one was also 90. Let's see. If I click this, open it up. This one's also a pretty slow song. It was also 90, I doubled it. But this one feels faster than the other one, which is why I kept it. But if we go, hold on, I believe it is this song, hold on. Peril, no, that's not the song. Battle in the Graveyard, I know why I can't see them. Peril, Race to the End, nope. Peril, Cafe, Battle in the Graveyard. Here we go, Slow Tumble's a good one. Listen to how fast this one is. This one's pretty fast compared to the other ones. And because it's so fast, it makes the typing feel better. I think one of the things is going to be finding music that's better in line with typing fast to help it feel more fluid than just slow typing after the other, which made it very painful, I feel like. And you're just going to go cry in the corner, oh, what happened? Hold on. Music theory, oh, no, I didn't read that. It's like the whole... Okay, I did do that. You're fine, like I said, Spooky. You're more than fine. And let's see. Do the ghosts do their mischief randomly, or they're in a cycle? Either way, maybe an indicator for the change could help. I'm thinking maybe a visual indicator can help. And are you making the music, or is someone making it for you, or is it from the internet? Right now, currently, and hold on, let me pull it up so I can give the proper credit. If I go to my itch, here we go. Some music's made by some people, some music's... It's 2 people I'm using right now. These are musics I was able to find. Songs I was able to find off of the internet. One of them is... Well, some of them are Burt by Cole. Let's say. So, Race to the End and Battle in the Graveyard are made by Burt Cole. And then the rest, Spooky, Slow Tumble, Race to the End, and... That one's not right. I'll have to find that one to figure out why I wrote that twice. But Peril, those 3 are written by 8beats. I found them off of the internet. I thought about maybe making my own music, but I feel like that is so far away in the future. I should worry about making sure the game is fun first before I try to make the music themselves. So right now, it's all about trying to figure out the mechanics. And saying that, what I wanted to do is bring you back to Mural for a second. And let me go ahead and unmute the music. And okay, I did catch up on anything. Yep. The way ghosts work, all of that works. I think the issue right now, and I've been fighting an uphill battle against Godot, and the way Godot works, unfortunately for Godot, it is still a brand new, what is it? It's still, I say brand new, compared to engines like Unity or Unreal, it's still in its very infant stage. And what that means is that it's always getting updated, there's always going to be a few bugs here and there, and it's always not going to be up to par with the rest of the engines. It's great for some things, but not great for other things. And what I've learned as I've been working on this project for a few months now is that Godot doesn't like handling rhythm games. If you want to make a rhythm game, Godot is probably it is not the program to do. It has weird things going on, and I already was really confused when it came to music and how music worked. And even after figuring it out, I'm still getting bugs, and that's another reason why I want to tweak things. And to prove my point, let me show you a bug I ran into that I still can't figure out how to fix. And I'm sure it has something to do with the computer itself lagging, and that's why the music's lagging, but it's something's going on. Let me see if I can find it. Where are we at? And let's see. Actually, you can make a slow song work by making it so you have to hold down the key and for a number of beats. Its rectangle area can be bigger, you have to press. Just random ideas. Hold on, I'll write that down. I'm not too sure about that one, just because it is typing. I wanted it to be poetry, but I'm starting to think maybe long poems is a terrible idea. But we'll see. I'll go ahead and write that down here, though, so I don't forget. I'll make this guy a little bit smaller, maybe. Yeah, that works. All right. And long presses for slow songs. I have seen that for rhythm games, but I'll keep that up there just as an idea. Because again, this is all about ideas and putting things on the board and seeing where we get. Seeing if there's maybe a solution to our problems. I'll go ahead and download the thing I was talking about. So let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Right now, for some reason, the beat stutters with the current implementation, which is another reason why I wanted to take a look at maybe redoing the way the rhythm game works. Maybe adding instead a real-time event or something of the likes. Let me pull up this guy here in our downloads. And hold on. That's probably pretty loud. Let me lower it down here. and then grab this music here. Or this guy, oh, shouldn't be too loud actually. But can you hear it? Let me go ahead and make it so I can hear it as well. I do, where are we at? Monitor and output here. This guy here, I should be able to hear it like this. There's a pause. Hold on. See if you can hear the pause. You heard that pause, right? And that's been a bug that's been plaguing me a while. And the issue is the pauses add up and it makes the player disorientate with what's going on in the game, which is why it's been so wonky. And oh, I see, I had to remember that name before. And what's the name of the program you're using for the notes? This one right here I haven't used in a second, but it's called Mural. You can see it right up there. I usually use one called Concepts, but right now I'm giving Mural a try since I like the, what is it called? The sticky notes. That's one of my favorite parts of Mural. And this is free. You can do an upgraded program, but right now I'm just using the free program. And maybe the song's shy and that's why it's studying. The song's just a little shy. I can see it. All of the songs, though, that's a very shy song. But as you can hear, it stutters. And whether that's because of my computer or something else, it's gonna do that for a lot of people. And you can hear as well, sometimes it does double beats for some weird reason, despite the fact that the program itself doesn't say to do that. So it's either something I would have to say, all right, if this happens, if the computer lags here, then do this. And I think it's taking me down a road that makes it very hard to keep up with what's going on. It seems like a tempo difference because it syncs after a few bars, maybe. The issue is that with the current way Godot looks at rhythm, it makes it hard to make rhythm games compared to if I were to use a different engine. But I still plan on using Godot. I just think it's going to have to be something a little different. And you think you'll have to leave right now? You have to sleep and you're a bit wonky in the stomach? Feel better? Oh, Terexino, right? Did I get it right? I didn't look that time. But feel better. I hope you sleep well. Sucks to leave, but sleep is important. 100%. Sleep well, and I hope you get better as soon as you can. 100%. Lovely. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. So saying all of that, let me go ahead and close this guy here and turn it back on the music. Okay. What I'm thinking is, and I'll show you as well, because there's a lot of ideas going on right now, but my game is currently a rhythm typing game. And I'll go ahead and I'll paste this. Let's not do that. Maybe, and it's all about learning new tools as well. What I want to do is just copy this guy here. Yep, I just want you, just solely you, and I'll drag you down here. It is, my game currently is a rhythm typing cafe game. There we go. These are the three aspects that make up the game. And can I make this white? Again, lovely, look at that. These are the three aspects of the game. Right now, I feel like the cafe's good. Rhythm, not good. Typing, okay. I feel like the typing's okay. And let's see, you're gonna learn C# or something just to understand the streams at least from time to time. That sounds like a lot of fun. I try to make my streams as open to people who don't know what's going on as possible, but learning always helps. And hi Dask, welcome to stream. And are you using Godot timers? Maybe you can engineer your own process timer. That should be more reliable. When I was doing research on how to implement rhythm, a lot of people said don't use the timers. The timers are not reliable. The way it currently works, and I'll drag you back over to Godot to show it off. If I go here, and had to be AFK for some times. What exactly we're trying to do? Solve a problem. Welcome back, Escobar. Right now, trying to solve a current issue that's going on. I tried to ignore it for a while, but it's kind of spiraled out of control, a certain bug that's been in the game, and I feel like at this point, it's best to go back to the drawing board and how I'm doing the rhythm part of the rhythm typing game to figure out a way to make it more fun, more intuitive, in a way I can understand and program better and keep up with things. If I go back into here, this is how rhythm is being tracked. If I go, hold on, where are we at? Go back up, baby. Here. This is where rhythm's being tracked. The way it works is that when the audio's played, the game will check where the current audio seconds is. So for example, the location, the certain time it is, the certain seconds, like when you're clicking pause and play and you check to see if it's 1 second in, 2 second in, that's what this guy's doing. That's how it's getting the position. It's checking to see where it is on there, and then it's checking the engine to see where we're going with it. And then from there, I thought adding deltas here, but again, because I don't understand how this works specifically, and I've been trying to understand it for the last few months, I don't understand quite well where that delta should go. Right now, delta seems to be best to go here, but it takes where the song is currently, and then we do some math to figure out where the position of the song is at. That's how it's working currently. There's no timers. Timers lag when the game engine freezes. That's what I've read when I've been trying to figure out. There's not a lot of tutorials on how to do rhythm games in Godot. Very little that actually helped me as well. I did find some though, and that's what I've been using. I've been trying to look on either documents or forums or Reddit or what's the other one? I forget. There's that one famous website you go to for forums. But I've been all over the place trying to figure out a solution. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. Are we talking about technical implementation, the gameplay, design, or both? Both right now. The issue is, I feel like in the current state of the game, it's not fun. I feel like there's different ways we could maybe implement the typing and the rhythm portions of the game to make it not only more intuitive, but also just make it more fun right now. And I don't know if you were here earlier at the beginning when I was going through the tutorial. It's a bit of a mess at the moment. It's very tedious. And yeah, that was kind of what you were thinking. You'll play with it a bit. I recommend you do. It's interesting stuff. I've definitely, since starting this project, learned more about how Godot implements audio and figures out how to manage audio. And saying that, let me show you this as well. Since we're on topic here, hold on, where are we at? I'm telling you, I've been all over the place. Godot forms. Let me see if I can find it. Godot forms. I should be able to pull up my, let's see, my Godot thingamajiggy if it'll let me. Let's see, Godot forms, log in. Let's do it this way. I should be able to. And then I do this, yep, and then I do this. Should be able to log in and see my Q&A question if I did this correctly. Nope, I say I have to do it another time then. But I even went into the Godot forums and asked around. Apparently the current version of Godot I'm dealing with is also buggy when it comes to audio and implementing it as well when it comes to tracking the rhythm. So there's just a lot of different parts that are working against me at the moment, which is why I think just doing something different than trying to brute force my way down this path of figuring out how to do tracking the rhythm, tracking the beat. I think something different could help. And okay, I did read that. And okay, you got a suggestion? Learn how to play drums? Then profit. I see. I mean, that would help, but I've always considered myself more of a keyboard person first than drums. I'll bring you back over to Miro. And do you want feedback on that? You could give fairly one by all means. The more feedback, the better. And the whole point of the stream is to create ideas and figure out different ways to take the game. I think in its current state, it's not fun, it's not engaging, and it's very frustrating. And the whole point is that I don't want it to be like that. And because it's a prototype, the point is that we can go back and re-implement things. And saying that, let me grab my tablet, since I grabbed it earlier, but then it turned itself off. And let me go ahead and pull on my gloves. And I'll give you some ideas. The initial idea behind typing on the screen was that we looked at some typing games that implemented this feature, like the typing racing games, as in, be blunt. Oh snap. All feedback's welcome feedback, especially if it's constructive criticism, by all means. Let me go ahead and show you what I mean. Typing task. Here we go. I think this is the one I looked up beforehand. If I am correct, nope. Typing, oh, monkey type, there we go. And nope, we reject that. I'll bring you here. Do this guy right here. This guy was the original idea behind the typing portion of the game, where you have a line of text and you type to the beat. The idea is that you have music that comes in audio cues and you'll have to hit those audio cues in time. And I think not only is it because the, what is it called? Not only is it the, what's the word for? Not only is it not visually good to look at, I think what can help is, again, having something on screen to show what's going on can be helpful. And so, like always, capitalism's fault. There's a lot of fault that goes on here. But it's definitely, I think, a lot to do with my lack of experience. And the point of making this game, since it's the second game I've ever made, is the fact that I want it to be short. I don't want to work on this game for a few years. It's supposed to be a short, confined game that was supposed to be done in a few months. Since my first game, I did in 24 hours, but we are past the point of a few months. So my hope is that I should be done in a year. So by the end of this August is the hope of the game being done, and I can take what I've learned. This is supposed to be a learning exercise, and a way to try new things and test things out, since I do want to try other genres of games as well. There we go, I can word. Saying all of that, if you look here, and I go ahead and start typing, you can hear it and you can see it, and there's a timer, and I think that definitely tells you what's going on. I like how things are faded. I like how there's that yellow line there. I think that adds a lot of nice, it's simple but it's sweet. I feel like that helps a lot. And oh, hold on, click here to keep playing. I don't think I can screenshot it in time, so let me just draw it out. I'm bringing it back into Miro. Here we are. And let's see, perhaps shorter incantations? I think that could help. The idea was that it was a very long poem, but maybe what it needs is more so haiku-like. Maybe, let's see. Oh, cancel, hold on. Shorter poem. Shorter poem. Maybe like a haiku. I think that could work. Maybe, oh, how do you spell haiku? H-A-I-K-U, maybe? Let me check. Let me double check there. H-A-I-K-U? Yes, I got it right. Yep, haiku. That is how you spell it. Lovely. And, okay. Haiku. Yeah, haiku. Haikus are very short, aren't they? And one spell takes like a minute, which could be, yeah. The idea is that spells should only take, and I'll write that down as well. Spells should take less than 20 seconds. I don't want them taking long, and right now they're taking very long. And that means the customers leave very quickly. And there's no red color, which is a little disappointing, but that's fine. We'll use this red, quote unquote, down here. That's an issue right now with the current way it's implemented. And hi FML, welcome to stream. And did somebody know how much space disk until Unity takes after installation? And I wouldn't happen to know offhand. I don't use Unity. And it might not be relevant in such a simple game, but get output latency has a warning note. This can be expensive. It is not recommended to get output latency every frame. Hold on, let me check. Do I do that? Maybe. Maybe that could have something to do with it. Possibly. I mean, I say that, it most likely does. Output latencies could. I haven't seen many, like I said before, tutorials and instructions on how to implement it, but that is something I will note down, as again, there's a lot of different reasons why things aren't working out currently, and it could be lag because output latency, L-E-T-E-N-C-Y, latency. There we go. So I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Oh, here we go. One problem is the errors that bump you out. You think the main problem for you here is that your flow of typing? Oh, hold on. Let me scroll up so I can read it. All right, the main problem you have with the rhythm part is that it doesn't allow you to flow. When you make a mistake, you have to get back into rhythm, and it all felt really railroady, which makes you rigid and not flowy. Yeah, I want it to be flowy, which is exactly why I think something's got to change in the system itself, not just changing the way the typing works or the music. It's the system change, I think. And I think, yeah, hold on. Flowy. That is what I want the game to feel like. And I'll put that in green up there. There we go. That's totally how you spell flowy. 100%. Flowy, flowery. No, flowy, 100%. That is a word. F-L-O-W-Y. Oh, hold on. Is that how you spell it? I guess. All right, let's see. For you, rhythm games are all about getting into some kind of group. 100% agree. One problem is that the errors bump you out. You think the main problem for you here is that your flow of typing versus the groove of music. Because your fingers want to move at your typing speed and flow. Like you want to jump with certain letters, and when you see words, you have a certain way of typing them. Like in the word what, you type W-H-A-T from how you move your fingers, and that clashes with the rhythm. I think so too. And so you're in head, the hardest challenge to solve this clash of flow of typing versus groove. You don't have any answer for that, but that's your biggest problem. I agree 100% with everything you said, Escobar. 100%. And I will point this out that one thing I was doing with testing is this, oh, perfect. This is a little draw thing. Maybe the size, that might be a fine size. I almost used a regular pen. Hold on. Let me turn the tablet back on since it's decided to close off again. There was something I noticed in testing, which is also really off and I didn't like very much. If I go ahead and do this, nope. That guy needs to be a little bit smaller. Like this? Yeah, okay. For example, if I have the word spell, E-L-L, is cool. Oh, coal. Cool. Yes. Yes. Very. There we go. If this was the spell, when you're doing the rhythm, sometimes you end up in a predicament where you start here. Oh, that is way too big. Never mind, we go to this. Sometimes you end up here, and then you have to go here. And that's very hard to keep up with on everything with a rhythm. Spelling bee with Eris once again. I can spell. It's a favorite. I used to win a lot of spelling bees. I was the spelling bee champ back in my day. I used to get so many awards. I'm a little rusty now. Let's see. Your initial suggestion. Yep, that's what I'm thinking, Sputnik. 100%. That's why I think instead of trying to clean up the code and go forward, I think just trying to figure out different ways to implement rhythm parts of the game is better. 100%. I think trying to figure out a way to make the game feel more flowy. Even if I got the game to work correctly and not have the bugs it has currently, I don't think the game's fun at the moment. The game's concept itself, the way the game is structured at the moment, just isn't fun. Even if everything went 100% correctly, the concept itself is flawed. That's what I'm trying to get at. Right now, it's not the best, and that's why I want to. That's what I want to try to figure out in tweaking. And saying that, what I've been thinking of as I changed the topic of today's stream last night. So since last night, I've been trying to rattle around different ideas on how to take this project in different directions. You can explain the rhythm basics, but it'll take quite a while. You don't really need to bore anyone. No need at the moment. Right now, it's just a matter of figuring out a fun way to do rhythm typing. I have played before on stream some rhythm typing games. Oh, not necessarily rhythm typing, but typing games that involve music. Oops. And you already know Nick Savage. Welcome to stream. And are you only streaming on YouTube? And what is this project about? I'm streaming on currently YouTube and Twitch at the moment. And welcome. Oh, what would you like to be called? Would it be Nick Savage or the full name? But welcome indeedy. And are you only streaming on YouTube? No. Again, Twitch. And what's this project about? It is a rhythm typing cafe game. And at the moment, the rhythm part is very flawed. So right now we're trying to figure out how to make the game less rigid and more flowy. These are very scientific words that 100% people use. What was I saying? Yes, the idea that I had kind of going around is that instead of writing left to right, hold on, let me go ahead and get this guy here. Instead of having something that goes left to right on screen, like with a typing test, maybe instead it's a quick time event, and you can call you Nick. Got you guys, just subscribe, keep it up. Thank you. Let's see. If there's a way you'd like to communicate it to you, you'd be happy to help. But the best way to do it would be through Discord, Sputnik. That'll be the best way. But right now, I think even figuring out the way to implement the beats, not at the moment a way I can think of. Which is why I'm thinking, okay, if we were to scrap this whole idea together, what are different ways, what are ways outside the box we can try to tweak things? Right now, the way the game works is that there's words and there's a sentence you have to type and you have to go left to right. What if we take the idea of brewing, though, and potion making and quick time events? And I say that because I recently played a pixel art Twitch game, and I think I might have a screenshot of the game. I was taking it for pixel art studies. But maybe instead you brew the food, and then it's summoned or some sort of something. Maybe not brewing, but that was the idea I had originally, was some sort of ritual circle. I put the ritual circle on the desk instead, but some sort of ritual circle that happens and it pops out the food. Let's see. Okay, I did read that. Instead of typing to the beat, typing on beat, the letters or words appear on each beat. Rewards memorizing text might be downside though. That's an interesting one. I will put that on the board. And have a jingle for each cooking step. Oh, hold on. Wendy. Oh, I gotta scroll back up. Let's see. Okay, did read that. Eating some bunnies while watching struggles sometimes to fix the rhythms of the game. Oh, yes, you're doing food and trying to concept. An idea spitball. None of this makes sense. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I think we have to go back to the basics. I agree, Escobar. Which is why I wanna go back to the basics. I think right now, I have a lot of ideas that just don't work together. A lot of pieces of the puzzle that are from different sets of the puzzle. Let's see, if I go to here in the library, I think I can pull it up. If I go to potion, was it called potion? No, witch, I think that's what it was called. If I can spell, there we go. and I should be able to grab some of the screenshots. There we go. And if I go ahead to, oh, where are all my screenshots? Oh, never mind. This works here. And copy to clipboard. And I should be able to paste this guy. Oh, undo. There we go. This guy here, maybe there's some sort of pot you interact with that just has one letter in the center. And you have to press the letter on time with the beat, is what I'm thinking. Something simpler. And you just joined Discord, cool community. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see, have a jingle for each cooking step, where the length of the jingle is the time you have to type it correctly. Type it correct. I'll write that down. Some sort of jingle system, or timed typing. Jingle system. Jingle system. SYSTM. That's an interesting one. Let's see. Instead of typing on beat, the letters or words appear on each beat. Instead of typing on beat, let's see. This will be better if I do it here. Instead of typing on beat, letters appear each beat. I think we're thinking the same thing, maybe. I'll try to explain what I'm talking about with this potion brewing thing in a second, but I think that could work. Instead of typing on beat, letters appear each beat. There we go. I'll put that there. Let's see. The beat decides how fast ingredients fall from the top to bottom, and they have words attached to them, so players have to type the ingredient text before it falls off the screen at the bottom. Beat might also influence the fall speed? Okay. That's giving me the idea of the game I've played recently. I might be able to even pull it up. Let's see. I forget what it's called, but I think I can show it to you. Glyphica something? Hold on. Let me pull it up. It's a game that's also currently in development at the moment. Yeah, it's called Glyphica. Typing survival demo. Let me open up the game so I can show you. And let's see. Cooking food. You have to stir the pot with your mouse at song speed, like the spinning wheels in Osu. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe some sort of Osu something more quick time event feel. But I mean, Osu's rhythm game, right? More rhythmy, but it feels more quick time. Like you have to look at screen and type things at the right time, or press the button at the right time. And let's see. You use your other hand to press certain keys on the left side of the keyboard. Should throw those ingredients into the pot, so the rhythm part is spinning and the left part is hand typing. But that was just brainstorm idea vomiting. They are ideas, and I think that's an interesting one. Truthfully, I really do think so. I will put this down here so I don't forget. As again, all ideas are good ideas. There's no bad ideas here. The more stuff we can think, the better. But maybe you have your keyboard here. Right here. Yep, this keyboard. This is a correct keyboard. Then you have the mouse here. This is a lovely looking mouse. You have the stir and click. CLICK. Stir, click here. And then you have one hand here. This is a hand. Okay. There we go. That's a hand. You have one hand here, and one hand here, and one hand for typing, and one hand for stirring and clicking. There we go. TYPING. There we go. Okay, let's see. This is a rhythm typing game, but it feels focused heavily on the typing. Try focusing on the rhythm more. That is the point. The idea is that the typing is linked to the rhythm, but maybe there's something else we can do. Maybe they don't have to be too intertwined. Maybe there's some way we don't have to have it be rhythm typing. Maybe it can be typing rhythm, something like that. Let me see. Maybe the visual indicator would be one letter displayed only, which is encircled. Then that's what I'm thinking. Sujekam? Is that how you say it, right? That's what I'm thinking. Back here at the, what is it, the pot, or just the circle? That's what I'm thinking, something where you have a big visual indicator. You have a letter here, and then you have a circle around here that gets smaller. Oh, that's way too big of a circle. A circle around here that gets smaller and smaller, and you have to type it, or it either gets smaller or it gets bigger as you're going forward with it. So for example, you have it here, this little guy, and then you have a circle here, and you have to type the letter when it reaches the outside. That could work in terms of rhythm typing, maybe? As it gets here, and then you have to click it. Oh, hold on. Let me use a yellow. I feel like a yellow is a little bit nicer. Yellow here. Something like that, maybe? An idea, let's see, have character idle animations. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, Spooky. What I wanted to do was have it be like, what's it called? The Necrotype Dancer, I think that's what it's called, where things in the game react to the current beat. And let me see if I can pull that up. I think that would be fun. Once we get the game down and the feel of everything right, I think that would be fun to have everyone bumping up and down. Let's see, Necro Dancer? Necro Dancer? Was that what it's called? Hold on, I forget what it is. Necro Dancer. No, hold on, is that it? Yes, it is. Here we go. Crypt of the Necromancer. Crypt of the Necrodancer. That's the game. I've played it before. Let me scroll down a little bit. It's kind of not relevant for the current stream, so you'll just leave it for the server. No worries. By all means. That'll probably be better though. Yeah. I'm trying to get better at just focusing things, but I'll pull you back into here just so you can see. Look at the way the game interacts with the player doing things in the music. Even and I'll scroll back here a little bit. The guy that's hammering stuff is hammering things to the beat, which I think is really neat. And let's see. Okay, we are good. I'll fast forward a little bit. Look at the UI and the way it's bumping towards the beat. The enemies are also bopping up and down depending on the beat. And this was a big inspiration for how I wanted my game to feel. Just, you do things in rhythm. There's some sort of rhythm that goes on that makes the game feel like you do get into a flow. And I think right now, finding out how to add a flow state to the game is very important. And let's see, what chat are you using / reading from? I'm reading from both YouTube and also Twitch. Twitch appears on screen. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to get YouTube chat to work and Twitch chat to work on screen. So right now it's just Twitch, but I'm reading both. And the circle idea is very common in console rhythm games. Interesting. Yeah, quick time event. That's what I was thinking. A quick time event. As far as the Osu one goes, let's see. Osu, I think something like Osu could work. And for those that don't know Osu, hold on. How about this one? Let's see. You click and you drag. That's Osu. And then Friday Night Fun Kings with the arrows. What I wanted to pull up before about the game suggestion you had, Escobar, and Discord. What do you mean? If you could be a little bit more descriptive, Nick. I don't know what you mean about Discord. Right now I'm not reading Discord just because it's hard to manage all of those at once. But I usually look at Discord before and after streams. If that's what you mean, that's the answer for that one. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the game I was talking about that I think Escobar's describing. Let me go ahead and cooking gloves. Where are the cooking gloves at? Or do you mean when I put my drawing glove on? What I can do though is go here and then, but yeah, I think maybe something more in line with a quick time event could work a little bit better. If I go into here and then capture, hold on, where are we at? This screen here. Will you let me capture it if I click this guy again? Wonderful. Okay. Transition. And here. You answered your question. Sorry, yeah, no worries. YouTube chat. All chats seem to have a very big delay, but YouTube chat seems to be the longest. But I'm glad I answered it. And let's see. Okay, didn't notice that. I was really thinking about quick time events as an inspo. Quick time events, I think, is an inspo, though. It's that thing of there's so many different ways you can take rhythm and typing. This isn't rhythm, but this is typing. And I think this is what Escobar was talking about in terms of having it appear on screen before it fades. Again, this is a typing game. Yeah, this is a typing game. It is not a rhythm part of the game. I will go and click this one, I believe. I gave this a try before, back when we were trying to get ideas for rhythm typing, so this is right on point. The way this game works, you have these words coming here and you have to type them before they get to the center. And it's all about getting upgrades and add-ons. And that's how this game works, and it has a nice feel to it. It's very simple, but it works. And it's still in development currently as well. K-I-L-T-S. It's called Glyphica. So G-L-Y-P-H-I-C-A. There we go. Nose. You get different upgrades, you get different turrets, you get different levels and everything, and I think it's neat. And that's what I think about maybe some sort of falling towards the screen. And like Samuke said, it's a very common thing to get a player to hit button exact time. Yeah, I think that's where the rhythm part can come to play. And I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna leave before I inevitably fail. And we'll bring you back to Miro. It'll let me. Hold on. OBS is deciding I don't want to work. There we go. We're back. I think that could maybe work a little bit better. And let me go ahead and pull this back up here. I think possibly some sort of quick time event or some sort of something could feel better having one single button to look at that can have patterns or colors behind it, compared to something where it's just one line of text, lots of line of text, this feels more focused. And if we have this bouncing, the issue is, and it goes back to the current issue I have at the moment, is that the beats and the rhythm is very laggy. And that then becomes a question of how would you fix it? How would you stop it being laggy and missing some beats? Because even if I switch over to a system like this, the way beats are currently tracked at the moment, it would still end up wonky. And let's see. It's getting late, your English is suffering. You're gonna go to sleep in like 10 minutes? No worries, I hope you do get some good sleep. And you have the succeeding letters be like grayed out on the right of the current one as sort of up next. Ooh, I do like that. So something like, hold on, something where it's a thing of here. It kind of works as maybe a scroll bar or something where you have the circled letter here and it's going from left to right. And as it's sliding over, you're seeing different things in the text. And let me choose something a little bit darker. Something like N and maybe P over here. And it gets slid into the current screen that you're selecting. And seriously though, to be impressive with a rhythm game, one has to understand rhythm intimately. Yeah, I do agree 100%. I think right now, I do understand it. I'm understanding it to a better extent than I did initially going into things. When we did last week's, or I believe the week before, I think it was last week's, rhythm implementation and figuring out how that worked, that did help a lot. Right now though, I feel like I'm getting limited by the engine itself, and that's why it's not working out as well as it did before. And let me go ahead and get some water. Okay. I think that's gonna be the really tricky part, but I think overall, I keep saying I think. Overall, number one is gonna be fixing how the visuals work. But the issue is when you get that fail or when you miss something, it doesn't feel nice, and you have to kind of go back in time to when you were on beat, and you have to wait and you have to pause. And maybe that's why the rhythm games usually have a, the track or a rhythm map, right? Where there's a certain set time to do a song and a certain end. Maybe that would work better. And what engine are you using currently? I'm using Godot 4 at the moment, and I'm struggling to do so right now. Pan, poetry at its finest. Precisely. Pan. And Senji, is that how you say it? Hi, welcome to stream. Welcome to currently brewing madness and chaos. And a little bit of extra. And let's see, freezing cicada, is that how you say it? And anytime you lurk through Godot decompiles, you don't know how GDScript works, and trying to work backwards feels impossible. Yeah, this is my second game at the moment, so I'm still learning a lot. And right now I'm a little stumped, which is why we're kind of going back to the drawing board. And you waved hello to the concept. You waved hello to the concept of rhythm. You mean like no rhythm intimately? Well, yeah, I don't want to go from novice to master. I want to get slowly better, and I'm definitely getting there, but I don't want to immediately have to take courses in rhythm and music. Though yeah, knowing rhythm intimately is important. And I think, again, I chose the worst, one of the worst. Usually you don't want to do RPGs when you're making a game, one of your early games, and I feel like maybe rhythm games, possibly, I don't know, are also a terrible thing to do first time, as I am not having the best time here. Yeah, it's slow process. I don't want to take on too much information at once, but I definitely think it's getting to a point I want. I like the way it works, but it doesn't feel nice. So trying to tweak things here and there. Saying all of that, let me scroll out a little bit here and go back up here. The issue is, the way the beats are being tracked right now. And let me go ahead and this here and paste here. Beat tracking is laggy. That is the issue at the moment. So maybe instead we have, how can we do it instead then? Maybe, I mean, we could possibly have something like the one I just showed you, the Glyphica. Maybe instead you have to type a certain beat pattern, in order for the beat to move on. You don't have to specifically type to the beat itself. You just have to type a beat. For example, oh no, that wouldn't work, would it? I'm thinking. A lot of different ideas, and like again, all ideas are good ideas at the moment. We can throw out the ideas we don't like later, but the idea I'm thinking that's also a bad idea, but I'm gonna write it down anyway. But the idea is having some sort of, what is it called? Not fail system. Instead, you can try again with beats at own pace. What do I mean by that? I'll try to explain it. Like with Glyphica, how they had the beats coming in. For example, if it's or if it's a word, we could do that. How about that? If it's a word, and I'll do this here, way too big. Let me change the color here as well. And since we had pan, let's do pan again. P-A-N. Oh, A-N. If it's pan, the beat might be 1, and then use a different color. 1, 1, 2. You have to type that beat in order to get it correctly. But I feel like that's going a little bit in the direction I don't want to go. But I'm gonna put it on here again because all ideas are good right now. And let's see. You pity they? Hold on. You have to know at least 3 art mediums on an impressive level to make this game. Yeah, I always seem to choose the hardest. And what do you hit? Are you doing it for yourself, or is this a solo game jam? I'm doing it for myself. Originally, I wanted to finish this game before the end of last year. Back when I started developing it in August. So I had about 4 months, from August to December. That did not work out. I was able to finish the prototype by December, but I'm realizing trying to make a commercial game is a lot longer process, which is expected since this is my second ever game made. And let's see, yeah, what a deadline. I mean, my first game was made in 24 hours, which was about a few days length. So I thought it wouldn't be bad, but I mean, oh man, I was very wrong. Lessons have been learned at the very least. And let's see. Godot's the best engine to be using, and if you want a bit of music knowledge for rhythm, as a musician, it isn't complex, but it is the key mechanic of the game. Yeah, I'm definitely learning a lot more, and I think I might have to, it could be fun to do a stream sometime soon, learning music itself. We did that last time, where we learned just how beats work, quarter beats, half notes, things like that. That did help a lot. But working on music specifically, maybe that could be a good investment, especially since it could also give me a chance to learn how to make songs for games, things of that nature, and bid a little more than you could chew. Yeah, but I didn't know it at the time. And now that I know it, I have no expectations. This game will finish as fast as it will. I'm going to try to not rush things and take my time and really try to digest what I'm learning, as that's the best way to learn, not trying to rush and cram everything. There's no deadline, there's no time overload that I have to pertain to. I just have to say, you know what? I think I can do it in this time. Oh, that time passed up. I can't do it. Let's set another deadline. That's been really nice compared to having final exam projects I've had to finish. Okay, saying all of that, try again with beats at own pace. Maybe having the PAN idea was also, I like that idea of, the issue is that laggy beat feel. And I'll show you back on screen what I mean. Maybe it could just be a thing of looking into how to fix it. Because right now oops, hold on. Let me do this here and let me mute this. This guy here is the bane of currently the development. I monitor and output. I'll go ahead and loop it. Right now, the way the game works, sometimes it freezes. It should have this consistent beat back and forth, but you'll hear there's a certain pause. Hold on. Well, I'll go quiet for a second so you can hear it. See, that pause? That pause shouldn't be there. It should consistently be this sound. But there's something in the code, or something that's making the computer lag, the computer itself, but there's something that's messing it up. And until I figure that out, you can also see it kind of went twice. Not only that pause, I didn't notice this until now. But until that gets fixed, there's no way to do a rhythm typing game. And that's why I'm thinking maybe there's something we can do to fix it itself. Because right now, it's not working out. And I think, I'm not too sure, maybe a sort of timer idea can work or something of the likes that has not something on the music itself. But it's just a matter of thinking of ideas and realizing those ideas aren't good and going back to the drawing board. I do think that's all what it comes back to. So see, you'd be honored to help you for free in any way you could be as useful as the game dev student you are. I appreciate it Torin. Is that how you say it? I do appreciate that a lot. It is something. It's a work in progress for sure. And Part Kyle, is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. Does the profile help at all? What's the profiler? Blah, blah. Profiler. Is that how you say it? I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you could elaborate a little bit, that could be handy. And would it be related to how the audio loops, perhaps? No. I thought that was the case. I got rid of that issue. It is not related to how the audio loops. In fact, why don't I play the game on in the background so we can see it in real time mess up? How about that? I'll bring you back to Godot. It just has a chance of stuttering every so often for some very odd reason. And let's see. You have to go cook? Good luck with cooking with that cooking mechanic and not getting cooked in the process. I might be cooked. I don't think I've ever used that word before like that. You may payment is the opportunity to learn something from process. Exactly. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna try to take things at my own pace and try to learn as I go. Not try to get too frustrated in the matters. In the debugger, there's a profiler that can give you performance metrics. Oh, how do we do that? If you could elaborate a little more, how do I do that? I would love to see. Again, my Godot seems to be very laggy on my computer itself, but even when I play the game, I also get a little bit of audio lag at the very least. Now let's see. Oh ho, it's 12:30. At this wonderful time, you got to drown in your bed and sleep. Toodaloo. Thank you for coming, Spooky. Thank you all the same. And on the bottom, there's a menu. I'm listening. Maybe there's a 0.1 extra time on the audio track. Maybe. There's a lot of possibilities. Right now, I'm not sure, but that's trying to figure out things. And output, let's see. Yep. Output, debugger. Oh, this guy here. Ah, I see. Okay, let's take a look. I'm really curious. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, so what I'll do is I'll drag this guy here. I'll go ahead and set him up to be, hold on, this part of the screen. He's so big. Hold on. Let me make him small, like up here. That should work in terms of seeing what's going on. And then I'll also go ahead and show what's going on with the rhythm itself. If I go ahead and, let's see, rhythm manager, rhythm, like this, rhythm manager. And I'll go ahead and unhide the current song beats and things of that nature. And let's see, in debugging, there's a profiler. You can start that while the game is running. It'll give you lots of time. Great news. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I'll go ahead and click play. I'll go ahead and, oh, hold on. Actually, I won't click play. What I'll do is I will remove that timer, or not the timer, the beats. Right now it's double beat. Just need singular beat. Okay. Now let's give it a listen. I'll go ahead and have this here. And I'll go ahead and make this guy a little smaller as well. And if it'll let me, oh, it's locked. Hold on, I'll make you small. Oh, small, will you work? Will you be small? No. Maybe I click Alt. That didn't work. Shift. Ah, Gaia. Fixed it. Okay. I'll go into here. Now you can hear the metronome. In fact, I'll turn the music down so you're just hearing the metronome. Oh. Huh. Okay then. Settings didn't work correctly. Hold on. Main menu, calibration. There we go. Okay. You're gonna dip your brain. You're gonna dip your brain hurts from all this big brain. Thank you for coming, Samuke. Yeah, this is what programming is at the moment. Just, yep. Start. Oh, I see. Hold on. This guy here. Let me slide him out like that. And does it go all the way to the side? Hold on. Let me slide you here like this. This should help. Now we just have to catch it in the act of doing wonky things. Will it though? I don't know. You can see in the top right up there on the screen, and let me go ahead and mute this as well. In the top right of the screen, that's where the song currently is. Oh, see? But how? It's dipping. Maybe that's it. But there's some dipping going on. Hold on. There's some dipping going on here, and it didn't do that. So is it a lag spike? I don't think it is from the things I'm looking at least. It doesn't feel like it. Right now it's consistent, so maybe not. Let's see if we can catch it in the act again. And as this is going, let me go ahead and have some water. There's a few spikes here and there, but it doesn't change too much. The song should reset soon, and that shouldn't change anything. I believe it starts at 190, and it should loop back to 0, but it shouldn't mess it up. We'll see. Let me get some water. There was a pause there. At 190, it shouldn't mess up. Let's see. No, see? So it's not because the song's looping. And let's see, you may have chose the wrong life goal, to be honest. What gives you that idea? I never thought I'd be looking at this in the game, but I don't think it's a lag problem. Now that I'm looking at it more, it would be a lag problem if there was a lot of spikes, right? If there was a lot of angriness going on, like here. This is a lag spike here. But I'm assuming... Oh, hold on. That was a lag there. The game itself just decided to freeze for a moment. And it does that on my computer. I'm not sure. I haven't got many complaints about it doing it on other people's computers, so I would assume it's maybe just my engine's fault. It seems to be very wonky from time to time, but I'm not getting any sounds. Everything's lagging. Everything is running not well, and I don't know. Is it because I clicked something here? I don't think so, but it's just frozen. The game itself has decided to stop working. Okay, that's okay. I guess an idea could be seeing again, maybe if there's been updates to people figuring out how to make rhythm typing games. Let me go ahead and unmute this. And I'll go ahead and bring you back to Miro here. And I remember, I forget who said it. I'll go ahead and close Godot so I can stop having a heart attack. Maybe there is a different way to implement rhythm typing though. That might be something to look into. I think there is not only one way to implement something, right? Usually not only one way, but maybe a different system of tracking the rhythm will work and therefore won't make the beat track very laggy. Someone said something about output latency being the issue. Maybe that could be it. And if that's the case, then we wouldn't have to worry about, hi D-Jack, welcome to stream. welcome. I think if we can figure out that, we can go with this plan instead. I think this could be fun. I feel like this could be a more fun system than this. And this would also feel more intuitive and showing when the beat happens and everything. And hi, how are you? Fine, thank you. Oh, that rhymed. And right now, everything's burning just a little bit, but it's okay. It's fine. It's all about trial and error. And I'm really glad I made a prototype so I can test all of these things and get a lot of feedback. So things are working out as well as I can hope. Saying all of that, I think a solution, and I'll go ahead and write this in what color? What color is very solution-y? I feel like blue is a very idea-based color. Let's see, a solution could be finding or looking into new tutorials. Tutorials. Looking into new tutorials that have to do with rhythm. Maybe there is something now, back when, compared to when I started doing this in August, that people have figured out. That could be something to look into. Let's see, rhythm, R-H-Y, teach rhythm tutorials. There we go, that looks right. And I'll move that guy down there. And you still try to understand what your goal is, and you mean gameplay? Could you elaborate a little bit if you don't mind? And let's see, any time in Devland you wish there was one way to do something to avoid the hair pulling and instead focus on banging head at the wall to have your own solution? Yeah, you're good. Oh man, sometimes it is a thankless craft. But I've had fun doing it. I've had fun at least trying to figure out how to design concepts and think of things. And oh, I heard a sound. Hold on. Adrian KS, is that how you say it? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome to stream. Welcome to working through our issues in a controlled state and manner. I think this could be a solution though. Looking into new rhythm tutorials. Figuring out how to track the rhythm differently. I think that's the biggest one right there. Track rhythm differently. Create new system of tracking. Create new system of tracking. There we go. I feel like this is a big one. If we can do that, then we might avoid these two guys, which are our current issues at the moment. Okay, what do we want the player to do in the game, the core gameplay? Well, I can show you. Why don't I do that? That might be a little bit easier. It's a little buggy at the moment, but you'll be fine. It'll be all okay. I'll go ahead and show you. We go back into Godot. Oh, I see as Godot closes. I told you my Godot's very buggy. But when my Godot closes, all I do is take a water break since it keeps me hydrated. Okay, I have my water. Godot has reopened. We are all good. I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. If it'll let me, Godot don't close again. I'm trusting you, Godot. I'm putting the game's life in your hands at the moment. I believe in you. You can just function properly, and we should be all good to go. Fingers crossed. I might have to close it again. I opened the project only for it to freeze. You know, sometimes I question, is it oh, it's the computer? Oh look, we're back. It didn't like me questioning things. Great. Okay. So I'll go ahead and pull the game back up here. And I'll give you a look at how the game's supposed to work and try to describe the thought process and ideas behind it. So the idea, or let me rephrase that. This is a rhythm typing cafe game. The thought is that you serve customers, and by serving customers, that's the cafe idea. This is the mysteries of Godot. Exactly. And welcome to stream, Kazuhara. Welcome. And hi, Consistently Crying. Welcome back as well. Welcome to things not working. That is the life of teams of programs and programming. On screen though, the goal of the game is that you play as this character here. You go around trying to serve customers by creating foods. And saying that, let me go ahead and spawn a customer. Customers spawn in the game, and your goal is that you have to pick them up, you seat them, and they're seated. And all of these seats here go to a spot, so you can tell what they're ordering. You have your classic cafe game where you have customers and serve and gifted one membership. Thank you for the gifted membership. Oh, hold on. Zarvis Belbedilia? Is that how you say it? Thank you. Thank you all the same. Let's see. We have a customer here that wants their order, and the idea is that orders are served through the rhythm typing part of the game. So you have the cafe part where you have to manage all of these customers, and then you have the rhythm typing part of the game where you have to make the food and the products, be it cookies or cupcakes or cakes. So it's a back and forth. Right now, I think the cafe portion is good. There's not really any bugs going on at the moment where we can serve customers get their food, they eat, they leave, all of that works. But for some reason, and I say some reason, there's a good reason behind it. But the rhythm typing part doesn't feel nice. It felt nice before, but then to transition the other parts, we'll get to that. So for right now, this is how the game functions. The idea is that there's different customers, there's different customers that have different flavor wants. For example, this person is a life wizard, you have different wizards. This character is a necromancer, death wizard. You have your cryomancers, which are your ice wizards. You have your pyromancers, which are your fire wizards. And this guy, I think we decided to call them medimancers, our healing wizards. And the idea behind that is that you have different flavors. For example, the medimancers have a sweet flavor. The necromancers want a bitter flavor. The pyromancers, your fire wizards, want a spicy flavor. And your cryomancers, your ice wizards, could want a cold, minty flavor. And as you go and progress in the game, you get more flavors that you can combine for different foods. Right now there's cookies, cake, and hot chocolate, and right now there's 2 flavors, sweet and bitter. So as you go on, there's different dish combinations you can go. Right now it's sweet, bitter, and memory. We'll get to that. Right now it's sweet, bitter, and there's some foods here. And every dish has its own rhythm, and you hit the rhythm to create a good dish. Yes, that's the idea behind it. Right now, it's not specific. Right now, I want to get the feel of the game working before I try to customize it specifically for each thing. I want each dish to have a different feel to how it's played. For example, maybe cookies have a different feel to how they're moving, or if a food has the minty flavor, maybe something's more slow moving and, oh, I thought I died for a second. Maybe something's slower moving. If it has a spicy flavor, maybe it's faster beat. That's the idea behind the flavors portion of it. If I go ahead and click here, and what did the customer want? They wanted a sweet bitter cookie. I can go here and do sweet, bitter, and then cookie. And as I click this, you can hear the rhythm. And this is the part that's not working at the moment. That's a little off. I can try typing, let's see. N, E, B, E, oh, E. And I think, no, I don't have it. I'm gonna go ahead and activate the current cheats I have in my game. As a game developer, I can do that, which I kind of find neat, the fact that I can just add cheat buttons. What I'm gonna do is enable the autocomplete, since that part's right now a little wonky. And to do that, I have to go to spell screen, spell screen scene, go here into user input, and unmute you right there. Yep. All right, now we're good to go. I'll show you, get a little show. So let's see. Okay, I did read that. Lovely. I'll go ahead and unplay here, and go back into levels here, and go here. Customers get spawned, they get seated, they get their food. Let's go ahead and try to serve. But as I'm typing, notice how hard it feels to play. Granted, things aren't up to par with sensing correctly, but just the pace of the game, I think, is what's really been bothersome at the moment. They want a bitter, bitter cookie. So I can go in here and go bitter, bitter cookie. All right, now this is a 1, 2, 1, 2, and you type on the deep sound. So let's see if I can do it. L-I-K-E-T-W-O. And right now, I feel like this is a very boring gameplay. Some suggestions have been made to make this shorter, as in the words themselves, but I would like it if it was long. Let's see, E-M-E-N. It could turn into a longer game, or shorter. It could be shorter if it was faster. I feel like now this is slow. I can click this button here to auto-complete it. There we go. You get the food and you serve the customer. That is the cafe game. But the fact that I don't even want to play the mini game that I'm showing off should show you how not fun the rhythm typing portion is at the moment. Gameplay too much water. 7 out of 10. I agree right now. It's not good. That's the for step 1. That's customers. And then the other part of the cafe is that you have these guys here, which are ghosts. And the idea is that ghosts change up the way the game's played. Be it they affect the customers around them, or they change up the way the rhythm works, the tempo. Right now, the rhythm's not too bad. I can go in here. You know, that glitch here is from because I used to cheat. I did not fix that. But I can go here, and when ghosts appear, you have to serve them a certain flavor of memory. I can click generate here. Next up. You hear how different the rhythm changes up now. The idea is that it switches from going faster, slower, different type of rhythms now because there's a ghost in the game. And then once you serve the ghost, we'll grab this food here. Once you serve the ghost, the rhythm goes back to normal. So it's a lot of management between getting rid of ghosts, knowing when to stop serving customers to get rid of ghosts, serving customers, and having things go back and forth between the cafe, spellcasting, this area here, and then this area on the right. And right now, the issue is the rhythm typing feels really bad. And because it feels bad, we're going back to the drawing board of maybe figuring out, why does it feel bad? Why am I not having fun? Why does it feel slow and sluggish? How can I add a little bit of flow to the gameplay? That's the hope and goal of the stream, is to add a little bit of tweaks. Let's see. We were offline for a while? No worries, no worries. It was just summarizing the game and our current dilemma at the moment. So I'll go ahead and close this here. Go ahead and click here. Bring us back to Mural, and I did see typing. How did you rework the issue? Not yet. Right now, the goal is just to get a lot of ideas on board and go from there. Right now, today is really a lot of just writing out ideas, putting things on the board, sticking mud on the wall and seeing what sticks. I think definitely once the stream's over, I'm gonna do this one and 100% see if there's more ways to make a system of rhythm tracking. But for right now, aside from that, if there is a way to make it so that the beat isn't laggy and there isn't any output, what are other ideas we can come up with? Let's say, Eris, you have read some books about this. Basically, to get right to the core message, there's a reason why rhythm games are always linked to optical cues. Audio cues create an impossible wall you'll never climb for several technical reasons. Sorry for typing the arrows, you switched to laptops. No worries at all. Adding visual cues is on the list of to-dos for the next update of the game. That was something I got a lot with feedback. Be it that you couldn't hear when you're playing the game and a customer responds, there is an audio cue of a bell going off. When the customer responds, I say that, I can show you. Hold on. Let me click play again. But there's an audio cue that goes off that you just can't hear because you're in the game. And if I go back into here, and someone suggested the idea, and I really like this idea as well. Let me mute that guy for a second. Someone suggested the idea, and I'll go quiet for a second so you can hear it. The customer responding is this sound. It's loud, but I feel like it's also very disruptive. I feel like that's something else that could change. And especially, say you're over here and you're focusing on typing and you're really in the zone on your flow and you're doing the music and stuff. How are you gonna see and how are you gonna notice the customer responding if you're focused on typing here? So someone suggested maybe some sort of visual cue here to show ghosts have spawned, customers have spawned. I think a lot of the rework of the rhythm system itself is going to come down to visual cues, 100%. And is the issue the game being sluggish? That is one of the issues, 100%. Something's off about it, and I definitely think is sluggish. And let me go ahead and hide this guy, unless Godot closes. It might close. I have hope, though. Fingers crossed. Are we good, Godot? It froze. but it did. Hold. Let me get some water. Curious to see. Well, it's frozen, but it's not dead. It's got 1 foot in the ground. But I'll go ahead and switch back to Mira. I do think, as I said before, that is definitely one solution, and something I do plan to add. Some sort of new audio cue or visual cue. There we go. Lots. Visual cues. Visual cues. That's definitely something that will be added. I think how I want the new system to work, instead of having something like this, you have something like this, where each letter that you need to type appears here in the center, and then you have to type it when it hits the center, or hits the outer line, some sort of visual, something like that, like a quick time event. I feel like could help the player know when the beat's going, which will make things a little bit easier. And let's see. Yeah, exclamation bubble could be used. One of those little things. Hold on. Let me... If I do this... Here. Oh, hold on. If I turn on my tablet first, if it'll let me. Here. One of these little guys. Yep. But I think that itself will come up to just figuring out what to do when the time comes. Something like this, right? For an exclamation point here. Like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. For when the time comes. Some sort of exclamation there. Or maybe some sort of, hold on. If I do this, little bubble here, little ghost here, like this. And, yep, look at him. Oh, why would you want to banish that little guy? He's causing no trouble. I think that can work, though, yeah. Okay, so saying all of that, what do we have at the moment? Oh, if it'll let me move, hold on. I need the pan button. Oh, pan button, there we go. Create a new system of tracking. I think that could work. Looking into new rhythm systems, yep. Lots of visual cues. Also, yep. Time typing jingle system. Instead of typing on beats, letters appear each beat. I think that works with what we have here. Some sort of popping. It pops up as it goes along. The issue is, and I think it also comes down to flow, something that we want in the game is flow. How do we add flow? What is flow? Right now, it feels weird and it feels bad. And I'll copy this guy here. A lot of the feedback I got from people playing the prototype of the game is that, and this was something Escobar pointed out earlier as well, when you play the game, when you get an error, it throws you off. THROWS, it throws you off. Like that. I definitely think that is an issue. And to fix that, how to fix it? Maybe have a system that's more forgiving. And I say that, let me go ahead and type that here. Makes it easier to keep track of things. More forgiving system, something like that. And what does more forgiving system mean? Then you'd have to go down into that. Let's see. More forgiving system. How could a system be more forgiving? Maybe there's more allowance in the time that it takes to allow. More allowance of time it takes to allow. More allowance in when you can type. So what is it called? The window, time window, beat window. Let's do beat window. Beat window is forgiving. There we go. Beat window, modify. Beat window. There we go. I think that makes a little bit more sense. And this guy's black. Let me make them white. Yeah, there we go. Now I can see him. When it gives you an error, it throws you off. How can you fix it? Maybe a more forgiving system. That could definitely be helpful. What are other ways the game could become a little bit more flowy? Maybe something else that could happen. Let's see. When you get an error, it throws you off. Well, what do you do then? If not more forgiving, you at the very least make it easy for the player to get back into beat. Right now, I don't think that happens. When you get off beat, you have to pause. And because you're pausing, that means you can't do things. And if you can't do things, you're not playing the game. You have to think and register. I think maybe. And I think it also goes back to having that visual cues, right? And just like Michael Jackson. I made a little explanation on that one. And skip the mistaken letters altogether. That could work. I could see that working. Here, I'll do that here. Skip words skip letters if beat failed. I do like that one. Skip letters if failed beat. That one could work. I do like that one. Let me write that down here. And let's see. Back on laptop. So now you code it into the audio cue correct. Coded it to the audio cue correct, but that's totally overkill because there's no reason for that. You can pre-program a timing to a cursor positioning when it visually appears, and link it to the map position. Hold on. Map position of the cursor. Easy to code, but you're sorry when missing something. Don't want to be... No, you're fine, Torin. That's what this stream's about. Trying to find solutions to the problems I'm currently having. We're throwing mud at the board and seeing what sticks. That's what this is all about. And something like the grace jump, if you jump a bit too late in a platform, I haven't heard that before. Let me do a quick Google and see. If you could elaborate a little bit more, Torin, I'm not too sure what you're trying to say. Now you coded the audio cue correctly. The audio cue is working correctly. But right now it's working, but sometimes it lags. So the issue is we check the lag and it doesn't even lag. The audio just doesn't work sometimes. And I think that's gonna be trying to figure out the system itself and trying to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to track beat. I think that'll be very handy. And coyote frames. Ooh, yeah. I think that could help a lot. That'll be visual, but coyote frames are definitely a way to help it feel more flowy. I will add that to the board. Hold on. Go ahead and add here. Oh, hold on. Copy, paste. Or can I do tab? What does tab do? Nothing. Gaia. C-O-Y-O-T-E. Frames. Oh, frames. Here, like that. I think coyote frames could be definitely helpful. Let me slide this guy over here a little bit more. I can get a little more of the action over here so I can see you. There we go. And I'll go ahead and drag this guy here to here. Wonderful. Makes it a little bit easier to see. Is the audio tracking using a float? Yes, it's using a float. Is it a floating point precision issue? I don't think so. Possibly. I'll show you. Well, actually, I probably would have to record again. Right now, it is using point precision, though. Or let me rephrase it. Let me bring in the code. That'll be a little bit better. It was a question. I see. You coded it to the metronome, right? I made a metronome in the code itself is how it's working at the moment. Right now, it's working off of the song. And then I'll show you again. I'll copy and paste. It should be a little bit easier that way. Give me one moment. Let me drag this guy. Where are we at? Here. Lovely. Okay, I found it. I'll do it here. And we go here and here. And then we do, wrong tab, here. Okay, here we are. So we have this guy here, and this is responsible for tracking the music. And I'll move this guy down here. There we go. This is the music tracker. And how it works is it bases it off of the BPM. Oh, there we go. BPM. If it'll let me write. BPM? Yep, okay. BPM. BPM. It bases it off of the BPM. It does a little bit of math. It takes the BPM, and it also takes the, what's it called, the song length? The BPM and song length, and, oh, not plus, I don't know the plus, and song length, and song, and G, length, BTH, Nelly and GTH, yep, that, it takes the BPM, and it takes the BPM, figures out the seconds, and moves it into the song length. So for example, if the song's 90 seconds long and the BPM's 160, it figures out the math and does it that way by dividing it. And by figuring out that, it's able to figure out the current song position. Equals song position. Song position. P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N. And then each beat, or where are we at here? Then with the song position, it takes the BPM, the seconds per beat. Yeah, that makes sense. Seconds per beat. And it takes the time signature. That time signature there. Right now, it's working off of, it's dividing a second into 16 pieces for the measurements because of music. It was originally not even 16, so we're working slowly but surely. But it's a metronome-ish, kinda, sorta. It's the idea is that it tracks a song, and then it tracks the music, it tracks the sound rate, and depending on that, when it is 0. I think it's 0, hold on. I think, I can just look. Right now, it tracks it to 0. Where are we at? 0.0625. Every 0.0625 seconds, it updates the measurement in the beat. And there's 16 beats in total to a second. And then would be 0.0625. It took us forever to figure out why this wasn't working, but it's because I added a different 0 somewhere. Just the smallest change in math can make it very funny. Make it very wonky, I'd say. And why did you multiply the output lengths and see by delta? You've never had to do that before. Hold on. Am I dying? Is it because of Godot? Hold on. If it'll let me look at YouTube chat. There we go. Oh, you've never had to do that before. Oh, it'll let me click. There we go. You've never had to do that before making your own rhythm game? I do delta here because the idea process, and I can 100% be wrong, I most likely am. The idea is that because of the computer lagging, I thought multiplying delta there would help it round it out depending on if it missed a few frames or not. Then again though, that delta, and I will say this, the delta is not the reason why things aren't working, but I can get rid of the delta. That will certainly give you peace of mind. And if that is messing things up even a little bit, delta's gone, like that. So I'll go ahead and put it back on screen. We can see if that changes things at all. I don't think it will, but if it does, wonderful. I'll take what I can get. I'll go back into Godot here. And I'll go back into our options. Get rid of the music. Get rid of this guy here. Yeah, I did make a metronome. You can see this metronome here, this sound, is the metronome that I made in order to track the game. And it's updated since the beginning. It's updated a lot. But when it's true, that's when you can type. And when it's false, you can't type. And I want to see if it lags again. And let me as well pull up that profiler we had. If I go ahead and click start here, move this guy up here so it can be seen as we're listening to things. Hold on, like yes. Make this guy a little bit smaller and put him here. There we go. All right, I want to see if it messes up again. Beforehand, it would just pause sometimes. And let's see. You mean it's a cool idea, but that's total overkill in your opinion because you have no visual control of the song, and modding it later would be an absolute pain. Oh, it did double beat that time. Did you hear it? As I was speaking, I do intend on adding a visual cue to Torin, if that's what you mean. I definitely do. A visual cue will be added. That is something that's on the priority list, as I think adding visual cue will be very handy. Right now, there's something wrong with the core tracking of the game that makes it miss beats sometimes. And because it's missing beats every so often, it makes it a very unreliable storyteller. And then the player will type a beat thinking it works, and then it turns out, nope, sorry, that beat that you thought was there actually didn't happen because I've now reversed the beat. So far, it's worked fine, but I've sometimes left this on for a little bit, and it goes off the rails. But I'll leave this on as I'm speaking, see if we can catch it. The thing is, for most rhythm games that I've seen, the thing is, for most rhythm games that I've seen, there is a strict pattern. There's a beat map on the game. There's a beat map in the song, whether it's something like Friday Night's Funking, or what is it called? That one game that's a classic with the little Dance Dance Revolutions. There is a start and an end to the song, and at the start and end, there are the beats that are played in the song always appear there. The way this game works, the song loops. This is a looping song. The idea is that you play the game at your own pace. There is no start and end to the spell casting. You start it whenever you want, you stop it whenever you want. Maybe that's why the game isn't working as properly as it could. The idea is that it would allow for more fluidity in the gameplay, but maybe my attempt at it being fluid just didn't work out, which is understandable. That's the whole point of doing something like this, is testing, trial and error, seeing if it's overkill, seeing if it's not. So far, I haven't seen it act up. We'll give it a little bit longer, but if not, maybe it was the delta. I've removed it before and added it because the delta, I thought the delta helped, but the delta wasn't there always. I did add that later, but we'll see. I'll keep it removed. I have no problem doing that. If it's deciding to work properly now, we're good. Let's see. I'll give it one more test just to see. I'll go ahead and we're good here. I want to see about making a food just to see if it does switch up. But if not, that's good news. That fixes one of the problems, doesn't it? I'll go ahead and slide this guy over here to make things a little bit easier to see. And I'll go ahead and make it sweet, sweet cookie. All right, let's see. All right. THEWERESOHAND. That was one thing too. The fact that this feels really slow. EFORTH. E. And that long wait, I think, even if there was less words, I think the fact that the BPM itself is slow is the reason why it feels very long. But you really, really admire your mindset. Don't let me stop you from experimenting and being brave. No worries. I think it's definitely important to be realistic. That is one thing I have that's one thing I have a large problem with, is that I often blow things out of proportion. So I've been trying to get better at bringing myself back to earth when it comes to making up solutions. Because what could seem like a small issue, I can turn into a whole math equation on the wall, on the ceiling, writing everywhere. And I've been trying to get a lot better at that. Trying to simplify things and trying not to make a mountain out of a molehill. That's been my hopes, and it's been working a little bit. And even things like that, like adding that delta, I thought it was helping. I'm starting to think maybe it wasn't. But I had this here initially, and it worked. I say it's gonna close this. Initially, that wasn't there, and I had problems. Then I added the delta, and it felt like it worked. But now, that delta's there, maybe because of the way the new system works, it now doesn't feel like it's helping. Possibly. This delta was here before I updated the way the rhythm system works, and now that the rhythm system has changed, maybe that's why the delta doesn't work anymore. I'm not too sure. It's always something I can come back to and try to figure out. But for now, that's good news. Thank you, Zarviz, for that suggestion. I think that did help. I'm hoping, and I'll say it helped. If I believe it did, then maybe Godot can listen to me for once. Saying all of that, we can go back into Miro. That is a good thing. That is actually a power. Trying to break walls and find new ways you're not afraid to break out of the status quo. It is a good idea to think creatively. I do agree. But the issue is when something you could have spent a few minutes on turns into you spending a few hours on because you think it'll be helpful. And then it turns out that thing you spent a few hours on actually was nothing, not even good. Didn't even help as a learning idea. Sometimes paths just aren't meant to be crossed. But the good news is you thought of the path, acknowledged it wasn't meant to be crossed, and then went back to doing other things. It's trial and error. It's all about learning, and that's why I am glad I'm taking this as slow as I am. It's not about rushing to finish things. It's about trying to understand why things are the way they are and trying to take it apart. As, again, I haven't looked at this code. I've looked at this code on and off since August. So it's a little finicky, and I'm still trying to understand things like audio server. But I'm starting to think maybe that delta that I tossed in there a long time ago that was working when it was, now isn't working because I have a new thing going on. Which is nice to know. And if the inputs are sluggish, you can use the rhythm equivalent of coyote frames in saved inputs. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, Smedge? If that could be very helpful. I think I get what you're saying a little bit, but possibly. Right now, some of the songs have double the BPM, which works well, but I can't half the BPM. Oh, I can half the BPM, I think. But I can double it, half it, but I can't make it like a quarter. I think that makes the BPM a little bit off. And let's see. Okay, sometimes someone has to catch you and bring you back down to earth. Exactly. Why do you think I'm streaming my programming now? I can be held accountable. Someone is sure to let me know if I'm getting into the weeds of a situation. Which I highly appreciate. Again, if I am allowed to go on and left to my own devices, I will go on. And it'll be a party of one. Saying all of that, let's see. I do like the idea of coding frames. That's the idea behind maybe something that's forgiving. Skip letters if failed beat. I also think that's the case. If the system is working now and it's not any of these guys, like if this is cleared, we can go back to the original idea, which is these guys. Or lots of visuals. I think overhauling the system is definitely just step one. I think turning this, the way it currently is, into this is handy. And new here, you love this concept. It looks like a great learning tool, but also fun if you're already experienced. You would love to play it down the line. Thank you, Beans, and welcome to the stream and channel. And I am not experienced. None whatsoever. This is the second game I've ever made, so I'm struggling. It's definitely an experience, and I'm having fun with it. For as painful an experience as it's been, it's been a good learning experience. And that was my hope for this game, is make a small game that I can use as a learning experience. As this is supposed to be, I repeat, a small game. I didn't want to make a big game. I wanted to make a cafe sim mixed with typing and rhythm. That didn't sound too hard. The cafe part is done. That's fine. It's this rhythm part. And as Spooky said earlier, because I don't understand how rhythm works and how music works, it's making this process a lot harder. So I'm definitely going to have to spend some time learning more about music and rhythm, since I am making a rhythm game. No, I feel like that, if I had to guess, that would be helpful. But since starting this game, I have learned more about rhythm. I'm getting there slowly. It's not all at once, but slowly but surely. Let's see. Coyote frames. I do know what coyote frames are. I do. I'm just not sure how you would swatch it to something like rhythm. If you mean forgiving. For example, I know in coyote frames, and hold on, let me draw this. I do know something too. Not only is it for when you're on the ledge, you got the little guy here who's on the ledge. Oh, it's so big. Hold on. You got a little guy here who's on the ledge for coyote frames. And when you're jumping to see if you're jumping, there's also coyote frames when it comes to when the person's just jumping on a platform itself, and when they press the jump button. If they press it a certain time near reaching the ground, they jump again, and it feels better for the player. That's just a feel sort of thing. Let's see. Your brain is cooking your game right now. I mean, I guess the more chefs in the kitchen, the better. Is that a thing? I mean, that's a thing, but I don't know if it's true in this case. One can only hope. Saying all of that, I think this is... Oh, hold on. I think this will be the new direction to go down. Something like this. And let me go ahead and screenshot the way the game currently works. That way we have a look at what is and what can be. I'll go ahead and copy and paste the current spellbook so we get an idea of what it looks like now and what it maybe possibly could be in the future. Let me go ahead and do sweet, and let me go ahead and grab my screen grabber here. Gonna go ahead and yoink them here. Oh, another thing too, as well as it being flowy, I'm gonna have to copy and paste that in a second, but I will. Let me paste this guy here first. Let me grab you there. I'm going to go ahead and yoink you. You can go down there. Just down there for a little bit. I'll get back to you. Don't you worry. Don't you worry one bit. I'll go ahead and copy you, paste you. I think something that can help, or flowy. Flowy could also be faster pace. Faster pace. There we go. And I'll move this guy up here, since this is not when you get an error. Flowy could also mean faster pace, so I'm just gonna connect that guy there. And let's see. Save inputs. If you click the button a few frames a bit early, the game saves and releases the closest output possible. Yeah, that is coyote frames. And hold on, I heard that sound. Let me click this button here. Ah, thank you for the subscription, Beans. It just popped up. YouTube sometimes lags just a bit, and it's fine. Thank you all the same. So let's see. More chefs in the Necrotype Cafe. Everyone can come down to Summoning Town. Oh, that should be fun. It should be all the same fun. I think that can work though. Having some sort of new system instead of, again, this lines where we have the typing and the underlines and oops, I did not want to break that line out of there. Instead, right now, a lot of these things are temporary assets, and we do that because, like right now, if I made a decorated desk with cool assets and everything, it wouldn't go to waste if I replaced it, but it definitely could have been time I spent elsewhere. I did some of the character art because I like doing character art, and it adds a little bit of motivation. So sometimes I do a little bit of programming, then do a little bit of art just to give myself a little boost, then go back to programming. But I don't need to decorate things right now, like the walls, the floors. That's not needed right now. Right now I just need to figure out and make the game fun. Once the game's fun, then we can add upgrades and days and weeks and levels. We do that later though. Right now it's all about figuring things out, and you're totally holding back your ideas. I'm willing to hear a few. I am very curious. Like I said, today's all about trying to figure out ideas, what could work, what couldn't work, things of that nature, trying to figure out a new direction for the game. Because right now, in the direction it's working, it's not working. I think we have to go back to the drawing board. The concept itself right now is very flawed with how I have it implemented, but I still want this game to be a rhythm typing cafe game. But there's so many ways you can do that idea that I think trying to commit myself to one idea is a terrible thing. And especially because I'm making a prototype right now, I can try a lot of things. I've only tried this one idea. So I want to try a lot of different ideas, see what feels fun, and then move on to polishing stuff. And And that's why I wanted to get the prototype out. Now the prototype's out, I've gotten feedback, now we go back to the drawing board. I think it's an all-around fun process. Saying all of that, I'm thinking this screen instead, if I go ahead and yoink you here. What if the screen instead, here, if I can draw lines like that, like this, and then what we had before with the, if I can move this guy up with the pan. Oh, never mind, I said the pan, here we go. And grab you here. Instead, what if it's like this, in here, for the visual cues. And the words go left to right, and they kind of pop up here and there. Let's see, we have pan, we have pan, maybe A can go here if I go ahead and write this A, and then we have M, and it's going left to right with a beat, and the beat has that squiggly bit there that lets you know when you can type it. And that would be a good visual indicator instead of having this left to right, up and down. You are looking at this one spot here, and only that one spot, and it lets you get, I think, a lot more focused. And the thing is, if you miss that beat, it keeps going. That could help make it feel more flowy, I think. Perhaps. And let's see. Okay, does it have to be a cafe? Because the wizard theme screams for a potion shop thing. At the moment, the cafe is a core element because, well, I see so many potion games, I wanted to do something different. That is one of the things. And this game is a, what is it called? Hold on, let me pull it open. I can remember the name of my own game. Itch.io. Back in college, for a final project, I made a cafe, a typing cafe game. Well, you might even say that you could play in the command prompt. I'll go ahead and do this and copy it here. And it was done in Visual Studio Code, so it was a doozy, but it looked like this. And if you are curious, you can play it as well. Hold on, let me see if I can copy this guy. But it was an entire thing made in command prompt. Side note, by the way, I did get an A on it, if you were curious. I did get an A on it. And the idea was that for my second game, I wanted to upgrade what I already made. That's where the idea of typing and cafe came from. So I want to keep the cafe idea, especially since it's the idea of a necromancer who's all about death and destruction and despair. Wants to actually not do that and wants to become a little adorable cute chef. I do like that idea. Something very gothic and Lolita I feel could be very sweet. And that's why I want to do that. And again, just because there's so many potion games out there already, I wanted to shift the idea. There's also a lot of cafe games, but I don't think there's a lot of school cafe games. And Kiyoki, is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. You're looking at starting your first game, but you've only taken one programming class years ago. Do you need a ton of programming knowledge to learn Godot? Do you need a ton of learning I can word. Do you need a ton of programming knowledge to learn Godot? I did it. And no, I would say, and this is coming from someone, as I said before, someone who did go to programming school for a few years, you don't. At the very least, if you have YouTube, if you know how to look up stuff and things of that nature, you're all set. I would look into learning Godot. I've had fun learning Godot, and I've learned a lot more making my own games and my own projects than I did back in school. And making this guy here, this guy took forever because I had to figure out how to print the screen, how to do print new line. Compared to what I was doing now, I guess this would be harder because it was new to me, and this isn't as new. But I definitely would say I have taken a little bit of the knowledge I did take from school, but I forgot so much, as my memory is very terrible, that I'm learning a lot more as I'm going. As long as you start off with very small projects that you're passionate about and go step by step, you'll learn a lot more than if you, for example, just follow a tutorial you find. I know a lot of people do, I think, starting off something like Pong. Not a lot of people are interested in Pong or platformers, so finding a small project, not like something like an RPG, something maybe more refined, confined, like maybe a game of tag or something like that. The small game. For example, I made a rhythm typing cafe game. Instead of all of those three, maybe you just make a cafe game. Or maybe you just make a typing game. Don't do rhythm. I've learned this. Don't touch rhythm. Stay back with it. 10-foot pole. Don't make the same mistake I did. Not one bit. And hi, Pretty Mouth. Welcome to the stream. You've been working on your own rhythm game in P5JS. It's helping you learn programming. I'm glad that's true. Lovely. That's always nice. Working on projects that help you learn. And let me tell you that there are a lot of games of one sort is a good thing because you can learn a ton of their failures. True. But the issue is I stopped playing a lot of those games. I like the idea behind it, and even here, this game, it's an adorable RPG of making potions, but I stopped playing it. And it's a thing of why, I don't know, but there's so many potion games, and I like cafe games, especially because I've played Papa's games. That's where this game was inspired by. I want to make an ode to cafe. That's also a reason why I wanted to do witchy, but cafe. And I heard that sound. Hold on. Lunar Descent, is that how you spell it? Or say it. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. So saying all that, like I said before, I think this is the direction we're gonna go. Left to right. And Tetris is usually a fun game to start. Just not. I will say that now. No. At least in my experience. I remember almost being assigned to do that project. The math involved trying to figure out grid systems. Oh man, I dodged a bullet. That sounded painful. I'll go ahead and erase that guy there. But maybe it could be fun to you. Tetris was not the game for me to learn. And let's see, you did Tetris a tactile game and Relive and Olden, though you think with the added strictness of types of Oldens helped you a lot. Well, I might have to look into that then, but water under the bridge, I see. Okay, yeah, got ya. Oh, you were about to start getting in Godot, but then you got into drama. I see. Yeah. Platinums, your opinions have decreased. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but my goal is to learn Godot, and I'm gonna keep going. I did read that. Okay, good. So, where were we? As we were saying, I think this is gonna be a way to implement it, and that shouldn't, I say, isn't hard. How would we turn this into this? That then becomes the question. After we brainstorm ideas, how do we take what I currently have and move it to a system like this? What I would like to happen, and let me move this a little bit, is some sort of animation, like a mini conveyor belt of words is what I want to happen here. I want them to move as the player's watching them, and little bolts there. And then as the words are going by, they have to type the words, and even if they miss the word, that's okay. I think that could work a lot better than having a system where you just have to type that single letter. I think maybe that could work, but it might not. But again, it's all about trial and error. But having a way to have hold on, let me write this. Oh no, this works. A, P, and then A, N, if I can type. N, M, and then have a big A. I think that all works well. A, and having the player type it. Some sort of animation or something that goes from left to right. Right now, I already have a system that detects when the current letter is. I already have a system that knows that there's 4 lines of words. I already have a way to sort. That's all good and dandy. I think the hard part is just going to be figuring out how to animate it, but I don't think that should be too hard. I remember there being something about a tween system that could help. And then what I'm thinking is, and maybe it's a terrible idea, but just hear me out on this one. It's probably a very duct tapey idea, but at this point I've learned sometimes duct tape is okay. Sometimes, just sometimes. I'm thinking though, maybe the most of it's hidden. You can't even see it. And then you just have that letter there that you can see. And that is how it sides and how the system I have currently works right now. If I slide back up, maybe that can work. So instead of that A there gets moved and slid, and that's how it can work. I think that could be handy. We just now have to put or figure out a way to slide it across the screen. And I'm not too sure. For example, how would we know when a bracket, or I guess, I'm thinking. Would it be we have, what is it called? A way to set it up? What I'm worried about right now is the width of the letter. I don't feel like that would be too bad, but if we have one single line, that might not work well. Maybe instead we just have one really long string, and I'll hold on, go ahead and do this. One really long string that we have to work with, and let me move this guy down a little bit. We start at the beginning, and then we go towards the end. The thing was, I did a sentence feel like this for the game because I wanted it to feel like poetry. But maybe at this point, that's not an idea that's feasible, or it's not an idea I know how to, no, I will say that. I won't say it's not a feasible idea. It's not an idea I know how to implement. There we go. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it well. Maybe I can come back once I've gathered the experience of doing it this new way. But for right now, I'm thinking this way might not be the best way to do it. Not the best way, a good way. There we go. Probably not ever gonna do the best way, but I want to do a decent job at showing off a proof of concept. That's what I'm really trying to do right now. These are all, what is it called? Placeholders. So you can mostly ignore all this typing here. And again, one suggestion was that I just don't have a lot of text here. Maybe instead of 2 verses, it'd be one like this. But with the way the game feels, whether it's shorter or longer, that long pause, I think not only doing a new system like this, but also having an, oh, hold on, like this. Also having a way to show the time feel, I think can be helpful. The issue is the beat system. Maybe we can have different colors to show off the different beats. That could be a way to show it. For example, if it's a 1-1, maybe it's blue. If it's 1-2-1-2, maybe it's red. That could work, and I'll write that down as well. Let's see. Faster pace. Where can we write this at? I will call this method, I deem it, totally copywriting it 100%. I will call this the conveyor belt method. C-O-N-V-E-Y-O-R? Is that how you spell it? Hold on, let me type it in. C-O-N-V-E-Y-O-R. C-O-N-V-E-Y-O-R. Conveyor. Yes, it is. Got it first try. Lovely. The conveyor belt method. Conveyor belt method. How about that? And that is just the idea of these guys going across where you only see one at a time. And it is a sort of QuickTime event, QTA, QuickTime event. I'll go ahead and drag this guy down here. It is a QTA, and it has a little circle, and then that circle animates. Not only is it animating, it's also sliding things to the left, and I think that could be fun. However, now I'm thinking about it more. That's one of the reasons why I try to write as much as I do down here, since the more I think about it, and not as much in my brain, the more I write about it. As thinking can get you sometimes somewhere, but unless you're writing down your ideas, not only will you forget it, which happens to me very often, but I also think it helps you think out the ideas that might not be good, or might not be what you're thinking they are until you actually look at them. You actually see them face to face. You realize, okay, that one right there was a 3 a.m. idea that didn't work out. That's how I see it at the very least. Saying all of that, some sort of QuickTime event. However, how would it work if the circle, and this is what I'm thinking the issue might be, if the circle that we have for the letter, if for example, if it's maybe this guy here, and then we have the white outline, the little guy getting bigger and smaller the more it goes on, and then I'll have the A here to symbolize the letter, or how about, let's do A. A is fine. I didn't want to do A just because button press, but it's fine. If there's an A there, and this is in line with the beat, every time there's a beat, this guy gets bigger. How would we show the animation of the belt moving? How would we not only have this moving to the beat, but have the belt moving to the beat as well? How would we slide that along? Would it just be, would the beat just be sliding across? Would it need to be something like this where it's hidden? Or would it need to be visible? And I think, again, that's something to consider, but we don't have to think about right now. It's a thing of, well, we'll probably get there when we get there. I think a lot of the time, and a lot of my mistakes in the past with doing programming and things was too much time thinking and not enough time implementing. I can spend days on end trying to figure out the perfect system, the perfect organization, but then I never actually do the programming, and then that just ends up being a mess. So I, again, try to get better at that, and that's another reason why I'm trying to do streams where I do either programming or concept ideas, since it gives me a way to time myself and not let myself go on and on about a certain idea, like how the tiles have to be a specific hex, because that works best with what we're doing at the moment. I'll get some water. I'm gonna save the program, and then we can get started on possibly looking into how to doing the idea in Godot. Let me get some water. Okay, I might need more water. I'm running out. Okie dokie, saying all that. For right now, let's try to implement it one line. I think that can work for right now. And to do that, as I said before, let me go ahead and make sure our Visual Studio is as small as possible. I will go ahead and grab this guy here, make sure that's deleted, and then I'll save it. And if you're making games at the moment, you're not making backups for games, please make backups, whether it's you compiling your projects, not compiling, you taking your project folders and zipping them up and saving them somewhere, or using a program like GitHub or something of the likes and saving it that way, make sure you make saves. I did try to get into programming a year after I took off of college for a summer, but then I stopped because the game I was working on got corrupted somehow, which meant, oh, I died for a second. The game I was working on got corrupted, which made me lose a lot of motivation, and I just ended up not learning Godot. When I could have, back in the past, I would then spend, I think, 2 years taking a hiatus off of coding, just because I was just so demoralized by the project I wanted to work on. And I'm hoping maybe I can do that project that I wanted to do once this game's done. That's the idea here. I'm on a little bit of a time shift where there's a lot of things I want to do, but I want to make sure I'm focusing on this right now, and then back and forth. Saying all that, let me go ahead and save the changes. I'll say start here. There we go. And I'll go ahead and commit. Lovely. That's good to go. I'll bring it back into Godot. Godot. There we are. And right now, the way the game works is we have this guy here. There's 4 different lines. You have this verse, this verse, this verse, and this verse. These all get filled, and then the game swaps between whatever the current verse is, and this is how it keeps track of where we're at in the game, what points to use. I'm thinking right now what we can do is just copy this guy, duplicate them, and modify them, and go from there. I think that would be probably the most helpful. I'll go ahead and do that now. So duplicate. This is called our spell screen. For right now, we'll call this we can call, how about our, instead of spell screen, how about we call it something screen, pot screen, ritual screen. How about that? That can work a little bit better. Summon screen. There we go. Summon screen. I just don't want to name it spell screen v2. I feel like that would make it a little bit wonky or make it hard to see at a distance. So right now, we'll just call it summon screen. I think that can be handy. Summon screen. And then we also have the spell screen GD. Let's go ahead and duplicate that. And this will be summon screen. There we go. And then I'll make sure that this guy is not connected. Detach. Go ahead and make sure our summon screen is attached. Summon screen. Lovely. There we go. And it's sometimes hard to silence the endless stream of ideas to focus on making the main mechanic to work. It is indeed. You have to know when to tell your mind to stop. Either that or just keep a notebook of ideas. I think that's also fun. Especially what I at least used to do is I used to wake up every morning. I think this was back around when I was in college for making games. And I'd spend 5 minutes attempting to come up with ideas for the game. Just to try to get better at making ideas. Making a genre, trying to figure out mechanics. If this was to be a game, would it be multiplayer? Would it be single player? Sometimes getting all of those ideas out is handy, but not thinking about them too much. Thinking, or at the very least, if you get too emotionally attached, you can get them out, but maybe throw the piece of paper away once you get them out. That way, you're getting them out without holding them near and dear to your heart. But on the case you wanna look at it later, then throwing it away is not good. I definitely keep a lot of things that just because of that. On our spell screen though, let's go ahead and rename this to our summon screen. Summon screen. What is the goal right now? The goal is that we have, again, these 4 guys, and it's gonna probably take some big reconstruction here. But right now, we need to make it 1 layer, one line. Right now, there's 4 lines. I need this to be 1 line. And saying that, I think I need to write it out just a little bit more so I get a clearer idea. I try to pause and wait to make sure I don't get faded into the distance. But I think writing it out is definitely helpful. At the moment, there's 4 verses. We need to turn 4 verses into 1 verse. I can go ahead here and write this down. We are turning 4 verse, E-R-S-E. Not even 4 verses, truth be told. What we need, or kind of, sort of, 4 verse into 1. Verses in 1. And oh, I heard that sound. Hold on. 4 verse into 1 verse. E-R-S-E. And let me check. Where are we at? Oh. Vercon X, is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and do correct me if I'm wrong. I try to get better at saying names properly, though. I don't know if I did until I actually do. Right now, things are going okay, if I do say so myself. I think right now, we don't even have to compile all of the verses together. Don't even have to do that. What I think right now we need to focus on, and oh, I heard that sound again. Hold on. The Jack. Is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. And you are correct. Wonderful. Let's see. Okay, I didn't miss anything. I'm thinking 4 version 1, right? But we don't even need to compile it right now. All we need is to take that current string. So some sort of label, I'm thinking, for the current string. Current string. C-U... Oh, see? If I can write. C-U-R-R-E-N-T. Current string, or current label. But let's just say current string for now. Current string, that updates. I think right now, just current string to update is a good idea. And I think it should have some way to have, again, instead of, 4 verse into 1 verse. So. Compiling 4 into 1. I think that's the 2 objectives at the moment. D-Jack. Gotcha. Interesting. And let's see. Well, when it comes to first projects, your niece started combat platformer. Interesting. Old Zelda and Mario together for the sake of testing as much wacky mechanics you can in a different world. That's lovely. I've heard Mario's a pretty good, or just platformers are a really good beginner project, which makes sense. They're about figuring out the player movement, things of that nature. And while I'm not a fan of platformers, I can see why they would be a good beginner project. And did I read that? If you need some book or e-paper recommendations, you have tons of that stuff about self-publishing or design or financial management in game developments. Ooh, you might have to share that later, Tor, and I am interested. I do like myself some good old ways of managing and figuring out how to sort things. I do like myself a good old manila folder when the time suits me and some dedicated coloring highlights. Oh, what was that sound? Hold on. Huh. Something popped up, but I'm not sure what that means. I guess I'll find out later when it actually pops up, but for right now, I'll just move this guy here so I don't miss anything. Saying all that, I'm gonna be back to know. Blah, 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 blah. I can words. I know my words. I know my words very well if you couldn't tell. I'm rather fluent in the language of words. Let's see. Like he has an entire world dedicated to jump boost. Ooh, yeah, I've heard that. Instead of making a game, you make worlds or you make projects for one mechanic. And that can help you kind of flesh out mechanics instead of trying to keep everything together. I have heard that before. And hi, Dumb Devil. Welcome back to stream. And you join your Discord. If you need something, just PM me. You send you a list. You lurk and work on your Pixar. Sure. I will definitely message you if I do not forget. If I don't, what you can do is message me right now so that I can see that I did get messaged. That would help at the very least. Just a smidge. Right now, if we go back into container, summary screen, I'll look into seeing how this works. The idea is that the summon screen, or the spell screen, takes the spell, and that is, I believe, a resource? Nope, it's a class. We got this little guy here. Yeah, it's a class. It has 4 verses, and each verse goes into a different part, and then all those verses get mixed here. And the goal is to take those verses and just put them back together. I spent so long figuring out a system of taking them apart, and we can still take them apart and put them back together. I'm also curious to see, does it need to be poetry? If we go back to it as well, if you're only saying one letter, is it important that it makes sense? Can it just be random letters, or does it need to be words? And I did like the poetry idea because it was the idea of adding world building and the way magic works in the world, but that just might be a little bit too much. I definitely think it adds a little bit of flavor. Maybe instead of poems in the English language, maybe it's a made-up language that they use instead, and that's how I can get away with using random letters. Easy peasy. I can do it that way too. Let's see. We have our spell here. What I'm gonna do, and I think that can be very easy to do as well, is I can go ahead, versus packed string array. I do think I remember that guy there. Yep, for verse and verse. All right, I wanna make a function where we do var verse, combined verses. And I can go ahead and do here, and it's just going to be a string. Yes, for now, let's just do a string. So this is a packed string array. It takes the certain different arrays, and then we have here a func that we'll use outside called combine. C-O-M-B-I-N-E. Also, I just realized the editor is way too small. Let me make that a little bit bigger for stream. I usually use 100 on my eyes, but for stream I like to do 125. So let me restart that guy a little bit to hopefully make it a little bit easier to see. I just realized as well, I'm now out of water. I ran out of water quicker than I ran out of coffee. I never thought this day would come. Let me get some coffee too. Tasty. Okay. saying all of that, let's scroll back down here, now that I can see things a little bit more. And when it comes to movement, he tests general mechanics in the world. When it comes to bosses, he goes last. I definitely do, at some point down the line, want to do a really fun combat game with a lot of bosses. Bosses are some of my favorite things to just fight or implement. I really do. I'm excited for that, especially for the art of the bosses, figuring out how they attack. That sounds like a lot of fun. Right now, we need a funk called combined. Combined versus. But that kind of doesn't feel right. We have a var called combined versus. Maybe this is all versus. How about that? All versus. And then the funk combines all the verses together. And then we can go ahead and do void here. Void here. And then for verse in versus. We can go ahead and have all verses. And I can even do this as well. All versus dot. And I think there is add string, some sort of string function. Dot. The count ends with fine. I might just Google it. Let's see if we can find it. Fine, add string. There should be a way. Or I think you can also do plus equals. I think that also works first, like this. I think that appends it. Something like that. We can see. I want to give it a test. And back here, how we add all the spells from the spell data is I have a spell manager. And the idea here is that I use something like Google, what is it called? Google Sheets. And then I can have a custom place to keep everything. And then I can load it in here into a JSON. That way I don't have to worry about keeping track of all of these spells. As it does, you can see, right now there's 53 and it gets crazy. But I don't have to worry about adding it here. I can add it on the Google Sheets to make things a little bit easier to see. And then here in our spell manager, we load everything up, take all of that information, parse the data, and it gets added, which is nice and easy. And here, when we are creating our spell, that's where I want to put the new function that we made, which is combine versus. Combine versus. There we go. And to do that, let's see. Parse there. Print. Parse spell data. Here we go. New spell. Dot. Combine versus. There we go. And now we can see if this worked in combining all the verses together. I'm very curious. And to do that, all we need to do is when we click generate, so if we go back to our spell machine or spell screen, this guy here, and our spell screen GD here, when we click generate, which should be down here somewhere, resets everything and updates. Where are we doing our generate at? Okay, spell select screen. Select. This guy right here is what we need to open. Right, yep, generate button. We'll click U here. And this will give us to on generate pressed. Wonderful. Change spell. There should be a current spell, I believe. Utility dot current spell. I think that's how you implement it, but it's not popping up with anything. So I'll give it a second. But I believe there is a current spell in utility. Utility dot current spell. Lovely. Okay. Current spell. I'll go ahead and do spell select. Utility dot current spell. I don't know why it's not popping up. That is a little weird, but that's a-okay. Utility dot current spell. And then we'll do utility dot current spell dot. And then combine versus all versus. We'll do all versus. And then we'll go ahead and do print. And we'll print that guy out. Print here. And then we'll also have it print out the verse. And to do that, I think if we go back into our spell, we can see it says print data. Yep, print data. Let's also have it print the data. We go back into our spell select, utility.current spells, and utility.current spell, print data. So we can see the data we're dealing with here. Do the period here. And now when I click play in our output, we should see a lot of things. Ignore this red, it was never here, you did not see anything. If I go ahead and click play, let's see if this works. I'll give it a second to load. I'll give Godot. Oh, hold on. Oh, that would make sense. Because, well, you really can't. I don't think you can, even if you wanted to. Because I duplicated things with our spell, what is it, our spell screen? Well, this isn't our spell screen anymore. In our, what is it, our summon screen? They have the same class names. So I need to change this to summon screen. And that should get rid of everything. Now we can click play. All right, perhaps, perchance. Yes, wonderful. All right. I'll go ahead and click then here, open up the game. Leave this guy for a second. Really don't need too much, just visibility. I'll go ahead and open this guy here. I should be able to, if it'll let me, Hold on. There we go. Now you should be able to see the little text at the bottom. Let me make it a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. Like, I see a little bit, but huge. Right up there. Alright. I'll go ahead and click on levels. Bring it up here. And we should see it print everything in one string and in all the verses together. That's the hope. If I go ahead and do sweet cookies, for example, what do we get? Wonderful. Spaces might have to be added, but aside from that, it works. And that was another complaint as well. People didn't like the fact that spaces weren't a thing in the game. So maybe now we can add them. Though, I think people didn't like the spaces because it felt like you were writing a sentence. But because you don't feel like you're writing a sentence anymore, are spaces required? I don't know yet. I don't think so. Also, the music is changing. I don't know if you can hear that. It's not anything to do with Delta. It just seems to be the way the game functions at the moment. And I'll go ahead as well, see about that profiler we were talking about before. Let it look at its thing and see if it's doing anything. And yeah, when I clicked it last time, it did this. Hold on, clear? And then I click the game again? Nope. Clicking that bar makes the game very unhappy. I learned something new. Double the new things. Isn't that lovely? I'll go ahead and click play again. We'll give it a go. I just want to hear and see if we're gonna get any errors, as it did give us errors before. Just a try. I want to see. I'll go ahead and click on sweet, and go ahead and do cake. Make sure that this guy's hidden and shown. Oh, hold on. I'll click this guy here. There we go. Generate. I just want to see about the profiler. Give it a chance to think about its actions. I want to see if it messes up again, as it did mess up earlier. It messed up a second ago. Now drink coffee for a second. See if it gives it a moment to show us what it's really made of. See, up, down. I guess not. Right now, at the very least. The thing kind of had to catch in the action. It's very sneaky, it seems. And what's the biggest hurdle you had to jump when programming your game? This one right now, rhythm. What's the biggest hurdle? Rhythm. Figuring out the way to implement rhythm. Though, as it was pointed out before, because I don't know how rhythm works, it's gonna be the biggest hurdle. Aside from rhythm, Hi Disco, welcome to stream. Welcome back. Aside from rhythm, the hardest part has been, let's see. If I had to take a guess, what has been the hardest part? I think it took me ages to figure out rhythm, but aside from that, I'm trying to think, because rhythm did give me a lot of errors. Figuring out, I guess, that wasn't too hard. Oh, collision. There we go. You want one that was hard? Collision. Figuring out how collision maps worked in Godot. I've never done collision before. Before Godot, I only programmed a game in Visual Studio, which isn't even a game engine. So it was a whole thing of understanding how collisions worked, understanding how what goes where, navigation paths, and I would show you if Godot wouldn't freeze, but I'll give it a second. If not, I'll close it. But that part is probably that guy's so big. That part has probably been the hardest part, aside from that. From rhythm, navigation, collision, things of that nature, and figuring out why does this ghost keep dancing? Because I know this is a rhythm game, but the ghost shouldn't be breaking it down in Funky Town. It shouldn't be a thing right now. Maybe later, but not right now. And I want to see if I can open this up just to show you what I mean. That was difficult. It took, I think, a few weeks to figure out. Either a few weeks, I say, or maybe at minimum 2. If I go into my cafe here, this guy here, this is the current map of the cafe. And if I click this guy here, you can see the grid. I had to figure out how to map certain areas to certain collisions, collision layers, collision mask, figure out navigation, figure out how to get the customers to walk in the proper areas, figure out how to get the ghost to walk through walls, figure out how to get the player to go through places that the customer can go, figure out where they can't go. That was difficult. I would say that is. And you feel that. You're trying to program collision in your game right now, and you're like, what? I actually need to use Pythagorean theorem? Ugh. You know, I'm a fan of math, but sometimes math just, it needs to be left at the door. And if I had to say it, I sometimes I do like math, and that's one of the reasons I got into programming, but I did not sign up for algorithm equations and algebra. Algebra's okay, but then you start doing geometry, and then you lost me. Then I have been lost. Let me close these guys here. Alrighty, so back on our spell summon screen, or summon screen. It seems to be working. Let me go ahead and one more time click play. Oh, that was it, wasn't it? Spaces. If I go ahead and do levels, go ahead and do... Give it a second. Give me a second. I seem to be dying all over again. I'll go ahead and click this guy here. Go ahead and select the spell. We should see the spells in the bottom. Let's see. I go ahead and do sweet, cookie. Oh, didn't generate. Is that because Godot's frozen? It is because Godot's frozen. My Godot, it has problems with me, and I don't know why. You treat math like a black box. You just fiddle with stuff in hopes it works out. Yup. Sometimes that's just, you do it by feel. Who needs logic when you have your heart and your emotions to think everything through? 100% analysis and you just want death. Exactly. Sometimes it's not wanted. Especially vectors. Oh man, even when I did that in college because it was video game design math. Vector math. Angle math. Sine, cosine, tangent. Get it out of here. I'll stick to my multiplication tables. I liked those a lot better. They kept me nice and happy. The good news is, though, the lines are working. You can see down there, and oh, okay, we're good. You can see down there, he by the tum-tum, that's the 4 lines, and then it has it here. Let's just add a space to give a little bit of, space. And to do that, that should be super simple. We just have to add a space after each of them, or no, hold on. Not after each of them. Or at the very least, what we can do is, if I go ahead down here to our spell here, when we combine verses, if it's the last verse, we need to do something a little bit different. Verses after this, if, or we can do it here. If verse equal versus dot last, I think I can do that right, or versus dot back. Which one do you want? Versus dot pen has find size. Okay. I should be able to do versus size, I think size -1. Is that how it works? To find the back of it? If I do if versus equals, I think -1 finds the back of everything. And you made good in triangle geometry. Your main issue is finding in what's green earth is Albion group? What are these words that are coming out of your fingers? Albion group? Triangle geometry? Yuck, get out of here. I don't want it. I like things when they're simple. And even things that are complicated, if you break it down enough, everything's simple. And you don't need too much. It's just simple. If verse equal, if the verse is not equal to the last one, we'll go ahead and say all verses plus equal and then add a space. That should take care of all of this down here. So it's not so together. And I'll go ahead and save. Let's see if that fixes the issue. I'll go ahead and play it. Grab in here, move this guy in here and see what we get. I'll go ahead and I should click the generate button. Let me go ahead and pop this guy back up on screen. Here we go. And then I can go to sweet, cookie. There we go. Would you look at that? Now it's actually reading like words. They were space, and at the end, there's no extra space. That's exactly what we want. Next up, then we'll just need the current letter, current index, or something of the sorts. Shouldn't be too hard, I say, and then it is. This is true painful bits of it. But we need to keep track of the current verse in the, not the current verse, the current index in the string. And I think there's a way to do that. Let me double check. I don't remember. Actually, how did I do it the first time? Now that I'm thinking about it, let me check. If I go back into my spell screen here, how did I do it? I think it was a very long combination of combining. Yep. I combined different strings together, and that is how I created a string amalgamation. Look at this. There's a string here, we have a string here, and a string here. For 3 strings that I put together to create 1 string. I combine the initial color, the after color, and the current color, and that is how I get it. And trust you, don't want to know what was your algebra test? That is not algebra. I have no idea what universe you are currently in. That does not sound like algebra. It sounds like a lot of pain that just thinking about makes my head hurt. So I will think about it no longer. No longer. I will go back to thinking in simple terms. 1 + 1, 2. Easy peasy. I can do that all day. Okay, so in here, if we look at the reset variables, containers, what do we have in variables? Right now we have the end of spell, we have the verse index, character index. Okay, can you tell me what is each, or you're not gonna tell me? And this is why I wanted to spend today cleaning up code. I wanted to go in and delete anything we weren't using, then also add comments to things that I've used in the past, things of that nature. But because I think right now the current way the game works, there's no use in cleaning up if we're not at that spot. But at the same time, cleaning up can help things work faster if I know where everything is. For example, maybe if I cleaned up before I started trying to go back and change things, that could have helped. But I don't want to clean up stuff that I'm just going to delete. So that's the issue here. And let's see. Triangle geometry is a nickname for the sine, cosine, tangent. That's what I'm talking about. No, not enough of that down here. You think we're mathematicians? At least not me. I did used to want to become a mathematician. Either that or maybe a scientist. I was really into biology, really into cells and divisions. And if not that, it was going to be chemistry. I liked adding for chemistry and figuring that out. That was fun. Periodic table stuff was very fun. Alright, doing all of that. The goal right now is to figure out what this character index means in the verse. Loops through all spell verses. Got ya. I'm guessing then what we can do is, and this might be a little tricky since we do have a space in the verse, as that is, that might be a little wonky, but it shouldn't be too bad. What we'll do is we'll go back to our spell select menu. We'll go ahead and click here, summon screen. What I want to do is make a new thing here at the top, and we're gonna call this guy, what are we gonna call you? We're gonna call you the littlest of all. And now I'm thinking about it as well, making this a summon screen means I have to go back to all the other code and make it a spell screen, so it might just be better for now to keep it as a spell screen. I do have a backup saved, so if all push comes to shove. But right now the spell screen is implemented, that's why I'm wondering, I think it's fine to keep it here. Otherwise, for example, if I go into cafe, I think I can show it off, or not cafe, maybe the book. But there's certain screens that require a spell screen. And if I don't have a spell screen, then I can't do spells. And I would have to swap it out for the summon screen. Right now, I think this is fine. Doing all of that. Let's go ahead and have this, well, what can we name it? I think it's fine to go maybe single, for now, this is a single letter. How about that? Single letter. There we go. Single letter. And that is the letter. Letta. How about that? And then back in here on our spell screen, what I want to figure out is where that letter is. We go back here on var, label flavor. We have this guy here, which is our single letter. Go ahead and drag this guy here. And I guess that works too. Sure, if you want to do that. That works too. Single letter. And then on our single letter, what we'll have it say is the current, what is it called? The current, I can words. The current index, there we go. Var, single letter index. Index equals 0. There we go. And anytime we increase the index, hi Fabio, welcome to stream. I'm glad you could come on down to Pain Town. Population, a handful it seems. I hope you've been doing well though. Lovely of you to stop by. I have the single letter index and we have the single letter. Actually, do I call it a label? I do. Let's be consistent here. Label. There we go. So I know it's a label. Things like that. When I used to study C++ programming, it was things like making sure your global variables were G underscore, your pointers were P underscore. It did help, I will say. It made things nice and easy, and it's a thing of maybe it can take that bit of organization and help. Stuff like Godot seems to have certain things, for example, since this function only happens inside this script, you do underline. But if it happened outside, like for example with our spells, since we print outside, we don't do an underscore. All of these are used outside, and that's how you can tell. I do find those little things neat. Back in our update spell screen, everything before, everything after, win screen, color text, what we need to do is just, what I want to have on screen right now is the current, what is it called? The current variable that, or current string, current letter that's on screen. If I go ahead and get non-type, change verse, loops through all spell verses. No, we go back up here. If Godot will let me, it seems it's frozen, so that means bloody break time. Get one of these, and if it doesn't decide to do its thing, you know what, Godot? I feel like you are. I have hope and trust you, and I believe. Now let me believe for the right reason. But if not, I'm gonna have to restart you, which is okay too. You know, we have our moments. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to cooperate. We've been through a lot these past weeks. See, talking works things through very much. Look at that. They'll take it. And saying that, let me also save. Very important. Okay, back and ready. If bot enabled, user beat, user typed, connect on user typed. Okay, let's go to user typed, or oops, wrong thing. Go back to spell screen. This guy, on user type. If current spell, if end of spell, casting entered, and then we check the character index. This guy right here, got ya. And let's see, you get yourself in trouble doing C++ naming any pointer with raw underscore P or something. Huh? I'm a little confused on that one. Oh, hold on. Najitsuro, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and do tell me if I got it wrong, but thank you for the subscription on YouTube. I hope you've been enjoying the the pain that's been enduring. Let's see. On a match, move to the next character. Otherwise, color the current character red. Okay. I think that works. I think that works fine. So on, here. Actually, let me get more water. I'm thirsty. I'll be right back. Okay, water bottle achieved. Now that I don't have to slowly take sips as it's going down, I feel 10 times better. And we can get back into things. Let me, this headphone here. Now let's see, on user type. Now I did do a bit of, what is it called? Commenting, which is lovely. I love to see it. But as I started doing more and more of the prototype, this type of commenting went away very quickly. It's a give and take. On a match, move the next character. Otherwise, color the character red. Now this guy here, we need to make sure that we keep that index. That's the label single letter. This guy gets plus equaled. This is temporary stuff at the moment. Let's see. On a match, move the next character. Otherwise, color the character red. Now label single letter. Nope. We need the single letter index, I believe. Go ahead and do this. Index? Is that what we want? Did I call it index? I did. Okay. Do that. And then down here, well, it seems to be character index, doesn't it? Skip over spaces. Okay. I think this works. If at the end of the verse, change verse. For now, I'm a little curious to see if we just do the character index, but the character index goes to 0, which is why I want to keep it as a single letter index. As every time we switch the labels, which are these guys here, each time we move down, the index goes back to 0. We don't want the index going back to 0. That's why we're doing this. Back here, yeah. Character index 0. At the end of the verse, single letter index plus equals 0. That works. And the issue is, we are probably gonna get a crash. So for right now, this works. This is fine. And then down here, every time it's updated, everything before current verse, after current verse, change spell. That's all good to go. I want to see about process. There we go. User release, user grab. This is just to make sure that the player can type. And let's see. And you're back with a fixed brain. welcome back, Samuke. Welcome back. And okay, I did read that as well. Lovely. I did just come back as well. Nope. Hold on. Freezing Cicada. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome. welcome. All the same. Okay. Saying all of that. Every time it's updated, we go back down here, I think. Yeah, there we go. When you hit it and you get it correct. So this is what happens when you miss. This is what happens when you don't miss. So for right now, we have our single sign. It was a label, right? Label, and then label single character letter dot text equals, and then we set that text equal to spell dot, or current spell, isn't it? Current spell, or something spell. I've got to call it something. Spell, I think I just call it spell. Okay, let's check. We go back up here. Spell size. Yeah, I just called spell. Lovely. And how are things going? They're going. I mean, I haven't run into any roadblocks. Knock on wood. At the moment, things are going as well as I can hope. How about that? Label single letter text. Spell dot. And then we go ahead and do combine verses. Yep, all verses. And then we go ahead and have that label. Label dot, or not label dot. It would be this guy here, single letter index. However, what we need to make sure of is, and this is just to make sure things don't crash, if single letter index is greater than the, where are we at? Spell dot all verses dot size -1. I can go ahead and grab you here, like this. No, so it would have to be less than all verses dot size and humanized size. I have never heard that one before. All verses dot. Usually this is size count match num size Unicode. How do you find the size of a string? Hold on. I don't think I've ever asked that before. Godot for find size of string. String size. How do I see a string length? Int no string get size get file get size length dot length. Gotcha. Length like this. I'm not sure if I have to do length -1 or if this just gives us the length itself. But we'll see. If it's less than the length, less than or equal to length, then we go ahead and do it. Otherwise, don't update it. I'm curious to see if this works. If I go ahead and click play, what are we gonna get? I am not sure at all. I'll go ahead and mute this guy here. Go ahead and do that guy here. Let's see. Then I can go over here to the right and see about putting it on screen. And Letta. It's working wonderfully already, I can tell. We can go ahead and select sweet cookie. Interesting. Is it because I don't have tea? No. So right now, the first letter isn't showing up. What I'm gonna have it do as well is print this guy here on screen so we can see what's popping up. I'll go ahead and hide this guy, show this guy, and go ahead and print it as well. Print. I want to see if it actually is printing. I'll go ahead and print that, print it here. And then as well, oh, hold on. If I can, if it'll let me. Godot froze again, which means water break time. Okay. It doesn't want to cooperate again, Godot. I'm gonna have to manually shut you down. I don't wanna. Well, we got a schedule to keep. Yep, I think I gotta close it. So go ahead and click the X, close the program, reopen the program. Give it the good old 1-2 restart. Since it's taking a second to open again, let me get more coffee. How nice. And this is about making the rhythm part of your game better, right? Yep, it is indeed. It's a large workaround, but I'll show you what I'm doing at the moment. Let me add that print that I had. 1 second, and I'll show you. The goal at the moment, and let me go ahead and copy this guy here. I will print you. And then I'll also go back to our generate. This would be our spell manager. No, not a spell manager. Scorekeeper, spell list, user input, summoner screen, spell select. This guy here. Back here where we print. We don't need to print anymore. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Right now, what I'm trying to do, and I'll bring you over to Miro to help explain. This guy here. Right now, the idea is to have that single letter that we thought about before, the one letter there that shows up that you can see and type. Because right now all of my verses are separated into 4, I'm trying to combine everything and show what the current letter you're supposed to be typing is. That's what the purpose of trying to figure out that one letter is right now. Right now we have 4 verses that I pushed into 1 verse, and now that's our current string, and now we need to figure out that current letter that we're typing. That is the goal at the moment. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, why it's not showing up on screen. We go back into Godot. You can see here in our spell screen, this guy here should change to, let's see, in this case it would be C. That's what we would see, yeah. I'm trying to get this guy to show up on screen, the single letter that we're currently on. That way I can tell that I'm transferring the data from having 4 verses to just having one singular thing on screen. That's the hope at the moment. How to do that? Trying to figure that out. Not too certain, but attempts are at the very least being made. If I go back into our spell screen, what we want to see here is whatever letter is first printed in the spell. I'll go ahead and click play. Go ahead and click run. Levels 4. Go here. I'm starting to think maybe I should just make the player faster. That way I can get to the area quicker. Maybe add a spawn point mechanic where I can just click it there. There's a lot of debug options. I've been finding them fun. Let's go ahead and sweet cookie. Okay. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look at this. I am very, There's 5 here. Not sure what's going on. Interesting. I can say that at the very least. I feel like this did not get the string into. Oh, hi, Raph. You know you just popped into stream right now, but you have a code from a really long time ago, and it does exactly that. Gets only a single letter from a string. Is that a hard thing to do? You make it sound difficult. Is it? But welcome all the same, Raph. Hi. Let me go ahead and show this here. Let's see. Yeah, for some reason it printed all the verse. It didn't even print all the verse. It printed 5 of them. That doesn't make any sense. It should only print one single thing. I need to find how to print the string index. Godot 4, but I'm all ears, Raph. If you have a suggestion, print or get index string. How do I do this? Invalid index, get index string. How to index into a string? How do we do that? Index into a string. Random list. That is interesting. I might have to pull it up on screen. Is there no, there we go. String.char at, where are we at? You can treat the string as an array, just do string index. That's actually very convenient. It should work like this, but it doesn't. And I'm a little confused on why. This is our string letter. Label string letter, yeah. This is the text that should print. This guy isn't printing in here. Oh, you know why? It's not updating. What I need to do is, if I go back up here, when the user, or when the game enters spell typing mode, that's when we have to change it. So on casting entered, user typed, if end of spell, if first entry. When the user types, that's when we update it. And what about just having a circle glide across the words, have the beat match to the speed of the circle? That was an idea we originally had back when we were trying to figure out the game, something like a sing-along. Great, that's what you're thinking of? Hold on, I'll go back to Miro. Here, you're thinking of maybe that bouncing ball that you would do with, for example, something like karaoke. I think, right, Samike? I go ahead and turn this back on. Something like this little guy here that used to bounce at the top. Okay, that's not a little guy. This little guy here that would bounce along anything that would hold. Thought about that idea, but the thing is, because this screen is this size, or small, having that little dot I feel like wouldn't be that big of an indicator. It would also have to figure out how to not only separate it, which wouldn't, I guess, be too hard, but figure out a way to separate things, make sure things are aligned in terms of the, what is it called, the labels, as this is 4 labels, this isn't 1 label. That's right now, we're trying to do combine 1 label. But if that's what you mean, that has been thought about before, at least visually. And you did text.get text, text.visible characters -1, text the label 2D you're using. You elaborate a little bit. I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down. Let me go back into Godot. Go ahead and click on this guy here. What I needed to do is on casting entered, click the spell. This guy here needs to go to the current spell index, like this. Now it should work, I think. Oh, hold on. This also needs to be moved here to up here. I think that was our issue. Here. That goes there. All right. Now let's see if it prints and updates. I'm so curious. Let's go ahead and click this. Click that. That way the music doesn't go over both ears. I do need to get over restarting. That was for the music being played. That was debugging. I can go ahead and click sweet, take. Huh. It's interesting. But it's not printing. That's the thing. It's not printing anything here. And it's nice. And it should work now, I think, is every developer's catchphrase. Isn't it? Welcome to stream, Muckpie. Oh, how right you are. I see it's gonna also closes. I can have my hopes, wishes, and dreams, as every other developer does. They believe with all their heart, and can you blame them for having a dream? It wouldn't want to be your dream crusher now, would you? That's not the life you want to go down. Oh boy. Okay. This, for some reason, isn't printing. If first entry. I see why it's not printing. Again, it's waiting for the player to press the button. Hold on. We do this. Down here. This should work now, I believe. If it's not at the end of spell. Oh, on user type. I got ya. Anytime the generate button's clicked, it's not the right function. On the generate button clicked, that is our spell select screen. This guy here. When the generate button's clicked, this guy here, it does change spell. We go back to the spell screen, change spell, and I realize that's a double screen up there. This guy here, change spell. Where are we at? Change spell. This guy. This is where we have to do it at. Down here, we do this guy here. This is where things should be updated. And you channel your inner Virgil and say, why isn't this working? I only wish I got that reference. And okay, I did read that. I see. Let's see. What about just okay, I did do that. No, just like have a hollow circle with the letter in it and have it glide across the words like slower, faster, slower, faster. If you could elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't get what you mean just by what you typed. Having a circle with a letter in it and having it glide across the words like slow, fast, slow, fast. No, I'm trying. I get the idea of having the word in the, or the letter, you said, right? Yeah, hollow circle, letter, and having it, oh, hold on. I think I get what you mean, perhaps. Let's see. I'll take a wild guess. Instead of having this guy here, I see it lags a little bit. Instead of having the little dot above, are we saying it would be like, a sweet SW W-E-E-T here, and then having a circle like, we'll just do this for now, like this, around everything. Something like that is what you're suggesting? I hope it was a little bit more in the ballpark than what's on top. Nope. Thank you for the follow, Mugpie. Welcome over from the other side. Apparently they like to say they have cookies around here. Alrighty. I hope I got a little bit closer to what you mean, though. Alright. I'll go back into Godot. Let's see. Now that I've moved it to hopefully the proper place, does it want to work now? Only one way to see. And yeah, I would glide. I see. And you watch more streams here, so you figured you'd hop over here. I see. I always just try to. I like to give people options. If you want to be on one platform or the other one, as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. So let's see. I click play. Gonna go ahead and see about. Oh, hold on. Gonna mute this first. And then gonna go ahead and do this. Hold on. I forget my buttons. There we go. Have this on screen too. What do we get? Hold on. Let's see. And 0%. Welcome to stream. 9 times out of 10, when something you're trying to get to work doesn't, you realize that you put the code in the wrong place. Oh yeah. That is, I feel, there's a lot of half coding is this, half coding is this. A lot of the times it's not being in the right place at the right time. That's what it feels like. Okay. Moment of proof here. We'll see. Click. No. I have no idea where it got that A from. I am so confused. It should be an I. But for some reason it's getting an A. Huh? Okay. The good news is it's printing on screen, but it didn't print in here, I don't think. Let me double check. Let me click play again and see if it is printing to the console. I'm so really confused. Let's see. I'll go back over to the right, go back up, down, left, right, side to side. We should see it say the words it needs to say down here. Nope, it does not print to the console. It's weird, isn't it? And, oh, I heard another sound. That is, I don't know. I guess it's something on YouTube. I'll see it when it pops up on the thing, unfortunately. Thank you all the same, and in advance. Here. Where is it getting these letters from? H. I'm confused. And this is where printing comes along, but does it want to print this guy here? I'm a little confused on that one, which is okay. You know, we don't judge around here. For some reason, it just doesn't want to work. And right now, it spells Olvers single letter text index. So this should say A, this should say A, but it does not say A and A or H and H. It's the wrong letter, but it's not even printing to Godot itself, which is a little odd. And you can always drop down the YouTube tutorial pit. That's an option. Oh yeah, it is. I've been looking at Godot's, what is it? It says this should work. That's the thing. It says the string should work like an array, where it just has the thing there, and you just index the string, or in this, look, because strings are just arrays of characters, right? And it says it works. Something's just wrong. I'm not sure what yet, but we'll see. But oh yeah, I have walked down the tutorial path before. If I didn't, I would not know how to even begin to make a rhythm typing game. Not one bit. And a lot of the code I did is from. You just gotta make sure when you're doing tutorials that you don't do, what's the word? You don't copy and paste. You're trying to really digest what you're looking at. That's really important. See, let's see. Back here, this string guy, I am really confused. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna do the thing I don't usually do. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. Yep, you are getting printed and you are getting found out where you are. Now I click play. Where are we going? We're going on an adventure and it's gonna take me along, whether it likes it or not. I'll go ahead and go up here and let's see. Go up here, round the bend, through and through. Go ahead and click, oops. Here, generate. Alrighty, where are we at? Print single layer index. This is 0 in the all versus. And spell, yep, okay. Now I should be able to see spell. There we go. Spell, all versus. Is it an all versus? That is what I'm, yep, all versus. It should print A. That's what it's saying here, right? A. And your bet Godot is gonna crash at least 5 more times? 5? That's lowballing it. If I had to put money on it, I'd say 10 maybe. Godot, it's a special. It's got a little bit of quirks here and there, but we love it all the same. I've gone this far with it crashing every few minutes. It happens from time to time, but it should be A. That is what it should say, because the index is 0. What does it print? Let's see. If I go to next, where are we at? Step over. No. Utility player generated spell.emit. No. Yeah, okay. If I click play here, oh, never mind. If I go over that, we should be, nope. Enable typing, notification on screen. Okay, is there mapping? Nope. Event, skip spell, nope. UI, nope. Alrighty, if not input internet. Doing a lot of checks here. It's wild to see all the code look back on me after all the typing I've done. Let's say. Alright. Did it update? No, it didn't. Trying to see if it will update. If I click this, A. Okay, hold on. That was a little bit handy. I think it's choosing from a spell that we aren't even looking at. There's one that is twice beauty, and there's one that starts with A. I think that's the issue here. For some reason, it's choosing from a spell that's not the right spell, it seems like. If I go ahead and click play again, hold on. I think that's it. I think that's our issue at the moment. For some reason, we're grabbing the wrong spell. Maybe, but it can't be the earlier spell because we've only done the spell once. Yet, it's giving us a new spell. It should, if we've only done it once, then it would be null, but it's not null. It's giving us something completely different. Okay. So this one here should be, if I hover over, I click this, or how do we do this? I slide this guy up here. This is the spell. They were so handsome for the first time. So hands. So it should be T, a capital T. That is the one we should get. Then if I go ahead and click next. Okay. If I look here, look at this. Oh, hold on. If I do this, it should be they were so handsome for the first time. Now, I think something in my code is seeing that container, it's going from top to bottom. And I think that's why it's having issue. Maybe. That now is not getting registered. I think, and this is just a thought, you know? I just don't close this again. I wonder if I make the, the new label, the bottom label, if that fixes it. If it does, then that means somewhere in the code, I say loop over the children in the container. That's what that would mean, if it does do what I think it's gonna do. Perhaps. So if I just do this, I think it might work. If I do this guy here, is what I'm gonna guess. Oh, hold on. This is the wrong container. Well, that's 2. Still think 5? Oh man. Alrighty, edit again. Let me get some coffee. That's 2 for 2. Alrighty, Godot, work with me here. Okay, I go ahead and slide it down. Now that it's down here, This guy moved down there. Even if 5 gets his subs, it crashes 5 more times. That's 2. I think it's a few more. I'm telling you. Just you watch. Those, man, we've been through some hard times. But if I think it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. It possibly, mayhaps, should work. I've said that, what? As many times as Godot's crashed today. But I think because of the way the container is, I think this should fix the problem. Maybe. Sweet cookie. Oh, I forgot to do this. Alright. It did fix it, see? It is H. Interesting. Okay. And if I do this, E, look at that. Now, see? Look at it. It is freezing. It wasn't the delta. Unfortunate. But at the very least, me just putting a random variable in there wasn't the issue. It's something else entirely. Let's see. Oh, hit. Oh, there we go. B. Y. T. Oh, T. H. E. T. U. M. T. U. M. Lovely. It's working now, which is great news. I just want to see about the N. Make sure it doesn't crash. C. T. R. E. E, comma, A. Oh. Huh. Look at the comma there. That needs to be fixed. I'm glad I have this recorded. You can see sometimes it just does random things. And it's the 2 sounds, sometimes it pauses, and I don't know what's causing that. And that right now makes this system unreliable. I think that it wasn't complained about much, because I don't even think many people noticed. And beforehand, it didn't used to do it this often. But now it's getting a little crazy. I think it's way too noticeable. And I think that comma as well needs to be added. Let's go ahead and do. Hi to you. Do you. And let's say, oh, I did read that. Actually, 11 more times for the 6. You can't up your numbers now. Let's going back. You said 5. We're at 2 right now. I don't know. I got like 30 minutes, unless I make the stream long just to spite you. I have options. Alrighty, where are we at? I think down here what we need to do is increase it until skip over the spaces. What I need to do is if spell verse current Okay. Wow. I think that's what we need to do. Wow. Single letter index here at oops, wrong way around. Spell all verses. Spell all verses, single letter index. This guy here equal space. What we do is we increase the single letter index. I think that fixes that issue there. And we can go ahead and have this guy here. That should keep this index the same, just about. You think it's going after the last pressed key and placing it there? Maybe. We can double check as well. I think because sometimes there's double spaces, it messes up, but we can always see. This is what the trial and error bit comes down to. Let's go ahead and click play. Levels. Go back here. Alrighty. Where are we at? We'll go back up here. Go ahead and click on sweet cookie. Alright. A S W E E T comma M A G G I C A L S M O K E comma. Huh. Weird. It's still comma. That didn't help. Oh, I S. It doesn't update. I guess that's it. Something happens when it changes the next verse. That makes 3. Something happens when it changes verses that it does not like, which is odd. So we need to figure out why when verses change, it acts up a little funny. I think that'll have to do with figuring out the change verse bit and then going from there. I'll go ahead and get some coffee while we're waiting for it. Okay. Oh no, it's placing the next letter you press. Yeah, that's the idea, is that the next letter or the letter you have to press is what should appear on screen. But for some reason, when you get at the end of the verse, it keeps that letter. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. And that's 2 more. Slowly but surely, Godot is wonderful. And all of its messed up stuff, it has its quirks. And it makes it lovely for it. If we go back down to here, let's see, spell screen, I am in, and I'm gonna close all the other tabs. I'm getting confused. There we go. Simple. Oh, there we go. Now where were we? In change verse, single letter index plus. What we need to do, I think instead, is take this guy here, like this, like you, and then do this here, I think, like you. If there is a space, we move it. They both get moved. Then up here, if there is a space, we also move it. That guy too, when it gets moved. Where are we at? Change verse, here. There we go, single letter index. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I think we just have to update it. We don't have to change it. Instead, where was I at? Here, this can stay the same. This is fine. This makes sense. As we do have a lot of different spaces, that's more than okay. Here, when we do this, what we need to do is update the index, I think. If I go here, do all of this guy here. When the index or when the verse changes here, we go ahead and update the label. I think that should work. Mayhaps, perchance. Okay. Go ahead and open this guy here, mute this guy here, do a little of these, add some of those, click on levels, click on open, and where are we at? Where are we looking at here? Go over here, open here, sweet, cookie. All right, A, S, W, E, 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 T, comma, M, A, D, I, C, A, L, S, M, O, K, E, comma. Okay, that fixed it. Nice. I just want to try it one more time. T, W. Actually, let's go the whole way. I want to see if it crashes. C, E, B, E, E, A, U, T, Y, O, N, N, E, comma, T, W, O, exclamation, H, E, B, Y, T, H, E. No crashes. Wonderful. Okay. The good news is now it's working. What does that mean now? Now we can move on to possibly having it show up on screen, that left to right conveyor belt idea that we have going on. I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. Go ahead and put the music back on. I'm gonna make pancakes. Tell me if it crashes anymore while you're gone. Of course. I will surely keep you noted and posted. Let me go ahead and save what we have now. We go new line added. Actually, before we do that, let's figure out why I can't put the thing at the top of the container. Where is the container getting referenced? I think it's container children. Something like that is what I use. Let me go ahead and do this. Container. Yeah, there we go. Assign all spell verses for labels. Yep, that is that. Container, get children, verse index. Yep, that is why it's angry. Assign all spell verses to labels and color them black. Yep, I just go through with a for loop, which I don't think is too bad. Eventually we will get rid of these, so it's not too pressing. I'm just gonna do this for now. I think that helps. The container itself has so much going on with it that when we do eventually get rid of it, and I'll be sad to see it go, but for right now, this guy needs to be like that. And let me get some coffee. Okay, so the next question is, we need to have, or at least I'm thinking, do we have the before and after? How many before and after do we have? Let me go ahead and bring you back to the screen. And as we do that, let me go ahead and also commit those changes, and it would be new single label. There we go. New single label and commit. Lovely. Okay. Saying all of that now, we have the single letter that you see before you type. The question was, do we just have the single letter here, or do we have the other letters you can see beside them? And I'm not too sure. That just might be something we have to test and see how it feels compared to everything else. I think, Actually, you know what? We can kind of test it right now. If I go ahead and hide the current container, let's see what we can do. An orb-like orb. And welcome, welcome. Hold on. Germius. Is that how you say it? Welcome, welcome to stream. Welcome, welcome indeed. I want to give it a try just to see if it's possible without the without the other letters. If I go back into Godot here, and I go ahead and open the screen here, go ahead and mute this music here, go here, here. I'm curious to see how it feels like when you can only see one letter. Does it impact how I'm playing? Maybe not. Maybe it will. But if it does, do I need to have a letter here before and after? Or can it just be one single orb that takes up this screen so you can see it? A big indicator that shows you what's going on. I'm not too sure yet. Let's see. Clicky. All right. A, S, W, E, E, T, comma, M, A, D, I, C, A, L. Truth be told, it does not feel that bad. Not too bad. I feel like I'm doing better than I usually do when there's less information on the screen, which is weird. And you think having multiple letters on screen would be better for reading the chart/rhythm? Okay, yeah, we can see if we can implement that. Is it gonna be hard? No clue, but we'll try. The good news is I kind of already have that in here, right? Because of the flavors currently. I do have that as a thing. That makes, what is that? Crash number 4? For those keeping score. There we go. Welcome back, Sumuke. There we go. Indeed. I think your presence brought it upon. That means one more. Oh boy. Let me turn the music back on. Yep, that one right there. Alrighty, let's see. Saying all of that, we can definitely do something for before and after. The good news is, I believe I did the heavy lifting for myself. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. I have a function called get previous typed here. It gets before you typed, and then we have get non-typed, but I don't know if we can even use that. Let's go. That's 4. Godot, please, I need the membership. Godot is doing its thing. At least it's good old reliable. Now, let's see. The thing is, if it is, or, well, actually, how about this instead? If I go back into Miro, I'll show you. Miro, instead of having everything come from before, because we don't know what comes before, maybe instead we only see what comes after, and that's how it does it. And that way, as it's sliding, it's going from left to right, like you're reading. That is reading, right? Yeah, left to right. I know my directions. Instead of having them come before, as that is kind of a little, we have it in the center of the screen, and then we have the 2 letters that's next up, I think would make sense. Let me go ahead and grab these 2 guys here, paste them, and what do you think that's gonna spell? I'll give you a hint, hold on. Let me where are we at? Oh, if I can find the brush, I don't see it. Oh, never mind. Brush has been found. A-N-I-M-E. There we go. I had to complete it. I can see it. It needed to be done. I think that's fine though. Maybe we can have the next few up, and Eris, you will leave you for today. It's late for you. Have a wonderful stream. You really enjoyed it. Thank you for coming, Torin. Thank you for coming along, and sleep well. Sleep is always more important, and I hope you have lovely and pleasant dreams. Stream will be ending soon, but I do want to try to get this initial system working. It's going, well, actually, hold on. Knock on wood, right? It's going okay. I will say that. Don't want to give Godot false hope. Saying all of that, we just need to figure out right now. Previous, currently. I guess maybe we can have some sort of, bringing you back to Miro. I think a lot of programming comes down to just building concepts, which is why I think I like it so much. I like drawing things out. I like trying to figure out the right structure to have things. But what we need is a current and an after, which is kind of what I have at the moment. You have your current one, your current position, and then you have everything that comes after. And then maybe we'll have the next 3 after in the string. So these guys here, and then as they shift down, it gets chopped off. So we need to make some sort of append or add or something of the sorts to see if we can do it. You hope you're making Lucadoso? A little confused on that one, but welcome to Stream Simulant. Welcome. I've never heard of that before. And let's see. Yeah, I think something like this, having maybe a string size. And I know there's functions that we can do to check the size of the string, things of that nature, get a string end. I think that can be handy. So I'll go ahead and go back to, where are we at? And, oh, hold on. Here. It's like a puzzle, but you're making the rules and playing the game at the same time. Yeah, and I don't like puzzles. I usually don't like puzzles because I don't get them. But if I'm making a puzzle, maybe it's not as bad, but I don't know if I could make a puzzle game. I don't know about that one, but yeah, making problems and solving the problems. I'm my own workbook. It's been fun. And will the Keto Soul's the highest praise a game could receive? I see. Well, I definitely don't think this is gonna be a very highest praise game. This is the second game I'm ever making. I'm trying to stay grounded and realistic here. It's meant to be not a big project, something quote-unquote simple that I'm realizing is not actually simple. Rhythm games are apparently very hard. And I'm going as I go. So let's see, character, spell, verse, index, length. Okay. A character index equals 0. There's something we can take from there very well. Yeah, I don't want to hype this up to be something. It is definitely a passion project, but gotta make sure I keep my ideas realistic. Definitely. Okay, get previous type, get non-typed. Okay, this shouldn't be, okay, hold on. Let me not say anything. Hard difficulty, those words, they are in my vocabulary and I know them well. And you're back, where's the 5th crash? Godot, please? Well, hold on, I've got to it usually crashes when I when I open it or close it, but sometimes it just crashes when I'm clicking things. It's very weird. Okay, where are we? I think what we have to do is create a string. We need to somehow create a string and create the next part of the string. Some sort of, where are we at? If we go back into our spell, we can do it here. I think that will be easiest figuring out. Here, for combined verses, we need a func for get snippet. How about that? Verse snippet. We can do that. And I think then what we do is do an int. And what I'm thinking is we do an int for index. So down here, we have an index, which is an int. And depending on that int, we can do some funny, wacky stuff. So we can get a 4-length. Yeah, a 4-length string. This will return a string. Or string. I'm so used to typing void. And the idea here is that insert index, get back 4-length string. There we go. And then from there, what we can do is do return, return, and this would be all verses. Actually, I'm gonna have to Google that, won't I? Godot 4 string. What are we at? Godot 4 string. Okay. Godot 4 string. I need to do get to, and I'm not sure how I would do it. How I would cut Godot 4 cut string from index. I know there's a way to do it. I've done it before. How to remove splitting. There we go. Is it .slice? String.split, aka read the string documentation, .slice. Okay, I think that's how you do it. Let's see. So I think I have to do all verse .slice, get slice. Let's see. String, hold on. Get slice. Get slice slices the splits the string using a what? That's a word. A delimiter, I think, and returns the substring at index slice. Returns the original string if delimiter does not occur in the string. Okay, this is faster than split if you only need one substring. And I heard that sound. Bob the Sniper. Thank you for this description on YouTube. Welcome to stream. Get slice count. I don't know what the delimiter is. We have I guess the string here, get slice, and then we do slash, and then the slice it in 2 and print an example. So everything after example, I don't think that works. Get file, get split. Let's see. Splits the string using a delimiter and returns, let's see, the array of a substring. And you're back again. Welcome back again. We have, what is it, 11 minutes before technically the stream should be over. But I want to see if I can get this working. I'll say that then. Even the stream's not over. When it reaches 5 on my end. Okay, summary.size prints 3. Prints 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, split at the comma. True. Okay. And then 2. Why does 2 go here? 2 is max split. All of this stuff I'm not sure about. I want to see that delimiter is returns allow empty. We don't need that. This delimiter here is the comma, I'm guessing. Maybe I put the delimiter there, but I don't think that works. I need to cut it. There is an end, right? The thing, yeah. There's a slice, left, right, and Godot just froze. That might be it. I think it just froze. Sabuke, you're cursing me. I'll give Godot a second, but it's not responding. Oh boy. Yeah, hold on. Just so you don't think I'm kidding. Hold on. File. Hold on. Save. Oh, never mind. We're good. Right? Yeah, never mind. We're good. That didn't crash. Won't count it. There is something called left and right, I believe. Godot 4. Godot 4. Left. String. Something like that I think might work better. Let's see. Begins with, ends with, find, get base, get slice, get count. Okay. I will bring you into, where are we at? This screen here. That way you can look at it with me. Drag you on down. And it did not though, it did not crash. Okay, down here we have indent is empty, is relative. And we'll mute that so we don't get too many audios going. Is valid. We need, I believe it was called something left. Or find what string int. And we need left. Control F, left, is it? Left, string left. Here we go. Returns the first length characters from the beginning of the string. Okay, if length is negative. So what if we take the index, like that, I'm thinking, of the long index, we take the current one and we do the left, something like that maybe could work. For example, we start wherever we are, we take that current index, current left, right? You need the membership. I'm not even in Godot at the moment. You'll have to give me a second. I'm trying to read. String.left returns the first length from the characters beginning to left. Yeah, I want to cut whatever's in front of it. How do I cut it? Okay, left 3 will print low. Left 3, these guys. Left 3, okay. Maybe like that. Left 3, and we take the index. Okay, I think I have an idea. Left 3, dot left 3. And go ahead and do. I go ahead and back into where we at, Godot. Maybe what we can do is have a var called chopped, or rather maybe first snippet. Something like that, and then string, like this. And then what we can do is down here, whenever we do this, we take our verse snippet, we update it to currently when we do combine verses, for verse and verse, when that gets combined, then we set verse snippet equal to all verses. There we go. That's done first. Then what we do, I think, is we take first snippet, and we get the left of it, is what I'm thinking. First snippet equals, actually, no, that wouldn't work, would it? It'd have to be some sort of math or something, is what I'm thinking. And that would be, if I go back here, and the fact you saw the stream while you're working on something in Godot. How lovely, and welcome that helpful ego. Welcome to stream. I'm glad the algorithm's doing its thing. Sometimes it doesn't enjoy it. And Godot, if you crash, it'll give you Wendy's chili. Don't tempt Godot like that. I don't know if it's much of a Wendy's enjoyer. What I'm thinking is, for example, we have this word anime, right? And this would be index 0, 1, 2, all of those things. If we only print the first 4, then this would be index 4. But then if we shift it over, it would be index 5, 6, and so on. And when we shifted over, we would have to chop off anything before that. But the issue is, that's a little bit of math or some sort of equation. And I'm also thinking it might be, what is the word I'm looking for? Might not be necessary. What I'm thinking is, maybe we can just do something small. We don't need to do something so big. Anytime we chop it, we could maybe add it on, subtract, or maybe, I'm thinking now, possibly, we go back to Godot, mayhaps, what we can do is back at our verse snippet, right? We have that index, and what I'm thinking is, we can have here, verse index, it's an example of anime, we start with A, then we go ahead and add all to the 4. Whatever the index is plus 4. First snippet equals, and we can do 4, do, string in, or for char in, and then for char in, what am I trying to do? I want to grab the first 4 of these, and we take the index. And then, once we do that, what can we do? Well, we always take the first 4, right? That should be fine. For example, for char, for, how do you do a loop that's not a for blank and blank? It's the simple things that always get me. Godot for loop number. There we go. For a for loop, how do we do a basic for loop? I forget. For I in range. Got ya. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Okay. For char in range, like this, I think. And it'll be range 4. We go ahead and add that first snippet here. I'm thinking. We go ahead and take that first snippet guy. First snippet plus equal. First snippet plus equal, and then plus equal 1. Oh, hold on. Not plus equal 1. We take all verse plus equal 1. There's some stuff you can do. There's a lot of different things you can do, and that's what I'm thinking. I want this to insert index and get back for length string and keep it updated. Snippet's fun to say. It is, isn't it? Snippet. I do agree. First snippet plus equals all verses. I don't like this. I feel like there's something else we can do. Some other way we can do this where it doesn't have to be like this. Or maybe what we can do is do index plus 4. How about that? Like that. And then okay. If index plus 4 equal, and then we take all verses and dot length, if it equals the length or it's greater than the length, this would be if you're at the end. And I think, if it's greater than the length, that means we increase it by 1. So then we would choose, what is it? We would have a range. I think that is it. Var range. And then we set the range to an int, and we set it to 4. That's the current range. And then, if index plus range, or while index plus range is greater than, whiles are very funny. I never like using whiles. But what I want to happen is if the index plus range is greater than the length of the verses, then you subtract it until it's not. And that would be the number we get towards after. What I'm thinking is, and why not just find the code you need in Control-C and Control-V? I don't know how I would find the code. I'd have to look it, I guess. And I do try to figure it out myself first before just saying, all right, how do I do this? And copy paste. As I do like looking at code and how people do things, but I want to see how I might do it first and then go from there, try to figure things out. And if I really get stuck, then I can really go and look at things. While index plus range, and for example, if this index plus range is, let's just say 5. The index is 1, the range is 4, that would bring us to 5. And if this is 5, and the length of the verses is 4, if this is greater than that, then we need to subtract the range. Range minus equal 1. That'll bring us down to 4, which is fine. And once we get that size, then we can do for char in range index. We'll go ahead and do this. Range, range. Then we do verse snippet plus equal index plus range. Something like that is, I think, what you have to do. And then we return verse snippet like this. Now verse snippet doesn't really need to be a new thing. I guess we can also do var here and change that verse snippet. You don't need it at the moment. For right now, this can be its own thing. I just want to see if this works. Var, verse, and then verse, snippet. I don't think you're gonna get the gifted though, Kutsumike. It just seems to be on its low behavior for now. String equals this. Like that. And then, where are we angry about? Not fine. Oh, hold on. Godot just froze. Again. It heard me. I'll give it a second. I'll give it a good second, but if not, that might be the 5 you're looking for. I'll give it a hot minute, just to see. But it might have just reached the 5. Oh, no, we're good. It didn't. How unfortunate. Let's see. String is big string. Like that? That's what you want? Yep. And you're back again? Yes. It didn't crash. It just froze. And it didn't do the thing. Almost. It almost did. And then return verse snippet. And if index is 0, then it goes from range. Yeah, I think that's good. I think range would be, let me just double check as well. Range starts from 0. It would be from index to range, I think, and then it would be index to range, like this. Yeah, no, unfortunately. Godot's decided, you know what? I'm gonna, what is it, spite you. There we go. And let me get some more coffee. Mayhaps, perchance, we can say it. But I won't let it be a false victory. What I can do, though, is I think this is good for verse snippet. So if I go ahead and go back to our spell screen, what I'm hoping now is, instead of having this here, I can do spell dot get verse snippet. Like this. And then we go ahead and get the current index. That's what I'm hoping should update now, and we'll see. I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and I think I updated it 2 more times. Here we go. Here, spell all verse. There we go. And actually, before I do that, let me find it and match case, whole word, and find and replace. There we go. Replace all. Wonderful. That way I don't get lost in updating. I'll go ahead and save, and then we'll see if this works. I'm so curious. Let's see, you're sad now? Hi, sad. Well, it truly is. When Godot decided it was gonna, I'm so surprised. You challenged it and decided no one can challenge it. What a shame. We go here, I think. Okay, Leta. And oops, actually, hold on. Let me close this guy here. Oop, undo that. Show the container. Click play. Unhide. Rehide. Are we good? Usually that does crash it, truth be told. I am surprised. Does not want to give it to. If I go up here, alrighty, Leta. Sweet, sweet cookie. Huh. It hit itself, which is interesting for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and back here in our change verse, I think it is. And let me go ahead and hide this guy here. In our letter text. Now, it really does not like letting me do the print. Spell get verse snippet. Print spell get verse snippet. Single letter index. Here, I want to see that print, but it doesn't print it, which is so weird. Levels, play, go back in here, do a little bit of the rhyme and time, and see what we get. Next page. Bitter, sweet, cookie. Okay, print. Are you going to print now? Get verse snippet. Let me go to next, maybe? Step into. Alrighty, where are we at? The index is 0, okay? The string. I want to see what verse snippet becomes. So the index, it should go from 0 to 4. That's the hope. The verse snippet. And so we go, yeah. A chance for me. That's a-okay. Let's see. Step into First snippet plus equals index plus range. Oh! I figured it out. I think, here, or no, it needs to be all verse for char here. Here I think is where the issue is at the moment. Hold on. Now let's try it out. Just possibly. Okay. I go ahead and hit here, hit here. Let's go on down to the bakery town and see what we get. Next page, next page. Wait, I'm also seeing the debugger going off, which I am curious about for sure. Alright, H-E-B, which is good. This is great news. Now we just need to chop it so it doesn't have these spaces. Okay, that shouldn't be too painful, I'm thinking. I say, and then it is very painful. We'll see. Alright, here, and then here. While index plus range, all verse length. Now, how can we do this? And I'm wondering, and I'm thinking to myself, do we need spaces? I don't think we need spaces. If verse not equal to minus, I don't think we need it. Like, no, please don't do anything. I'll eat a pickle, and I hate pickles, please. Godot itself does not enjoy the song. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Let's see. I think this is okay. Great. We remove the space. We don't need the space anymore. And then if verse not equal to. Now what we need to do is get rid of spaces. The for verse and all for verse. And then we do the verse. But now that space is gonna be bothersome. We need to go through and delete the space. Okay. Here we go. Var, spaceless verse, string. Okay. Here. I think something like this. What does this do? String verse dot replace. For verse and verse. Huh. What if I just Yep, Does that work? Var points, no, it does not. Okay, I see. This replaces the var spaceless verse, string, points. I feel like something like this works. What does this replace? It replaces all the strings. So I think if I just do this, or at least do this, like, instead verse dot place, spaceless verse, like that? That could work mayhaps, perchance. Let's see. I click play again. What do we get? You have time, please, Godot crap. Only time can tell. It was doing so well, and then I didn't have faith in it. And it's decided, you know what? If you're not gonna have faith in me, then why should I help you? Alrighty, let's see. If I go ahead and do cookie. There we go. A-S-W-E-E. And then let's do a bit of a test. A-S-W-E. It does not update. You're taunting me. I'm one away from winning. It is currently taunting you. It's doing fine. I'm so surprised. The issue now is the index. The current index isn't getting updated to something else. That's a little wonky. The index would have to be for, let's see, the index range. Okay. The index then would be in all verses and verse snippet. So why isn't it updating? That's my question now. Insert index. We get the index, and then it needs to update. It needs to continuously have that length. But why doesn't it have that length is what I'm a little confused about. We have the range. That makes sense. We have the snippet. We have the string. That all makes sense. And then we get the verse snippet. And we're always updating that verse snippet, which is why I'm so curious. When we update that index, we should get other things. And if we go back here, yeah, AWSE, we go ahead here and get, oh, just stop. You know, I'm never considering you as a game design software. Oh, those are harsh, cruel words. That's definitely not the way to win Godot's heart. Not one bit. Let's see. Levels, mute you. And may you ask what I'm using to talk on the screen like that? Could you elaborate a little bit more? Hold on. Command check and con? Is that how you say it? Command check con? Maybe, but welcome to the stream. And if you could elaborate, I could try to give as best an explanation as I can. Let's see. We go back over here. Now we should see stuff printing on screen. Let me make this a little bit bigger if I can. If it'll allow me to. This guy here, so you can see a little bit more. And I'll make this guy bigger as well. That's a little too big, hold on. That guy can go right up there. Alrighty, if I go ahead and click sweet cookie. Alright, H-E-B-Y. What we want to see is when I click H, we want it to, the E to go here, and a t-shirt replace this. And you think they're talking about my I say. I think, I don't remember the program offhand at the moment. But I'm using, it's a program. So let's see. H. Am I even typing? Okay. H. E. For some reason, it's not updating, which is interesting. Huh. Yeah. It's working in the sense of that, but for some reason... Okay. I think my while loop is off, or something of the likes is off, and that's why. I'm gonna turn off the while loop and see if that helps at all. Go ahead and hide you guys, and oh, Godot froze again. Whether it's gonna crash though. It's been behaving so well, we'll see. I'll give it a second, have some coffee. Nope, it's back. So wild. Okay. What I'll do then is do this. I just want to see if commenting that out changes anything at all. We'll see. I'll do this, you'll do this. I'll go ahead and have this guy here. And we'll go ahead and say, I do want to get this working. It is a little past 5, but we're really close. I say, and then it takes years. Aeons, ages. We'll see. Cookie, okay. H, E. Okay, so it's still not updating for some reason. I think every time we press the button, it has to update. We have to have it update the string. I think that's the issue here. And I don't think that should be too painful to do. If I go ahead and do, where are we at here? So this can say, I think what needs to happen is back on the spell screen, when we're updating it, if I go ahead and do here, if here, skip over spaces, if character, if user input. So this happens if they match the character on a match. And if the letter, let's see, is less than or equal to spell all versus line. Okay. We'll do this. Maybe this is why. Try again. Give another go. Godot. Like that. And then also, I just realized as well, it doesn't move if we get it wrong, right? Alright. Go ahead and hide this. Show this, and Godot, if you crash, you'll become my friend, and that's a hard rule to achieve. Godot has it out for you. Oh man, there was another day like this where it decided, nah, it's not gonna be me. I'm not gonna crash. It had its good days. Okay, let's see. T. If I could type. Hold on. Alright. A. S. W. Okay. Something's still off. Let's see. It's still not updating for some reason. And let's see. It's 5:12. We'll give it a few more tries, but if not, go ahead. Have to give it a good old one. What I'm thinking is maybe what we can do is the screen gets updated regardless, right? So what we can do then is maybe something like this, where every time the screen's updated, we do this. Label text equals snippet get, spell.get verse snippet, single letter index. We get the index, we get the snippet, we return the snippet. If the snippet has been updated, we get the current one, then we go from the current snippet, so that's the index plus range, and then we get all verse length. And if it is greater, then we return. Well, it should be okay. You're making a rhythm game and you're not good at rhythm games. That's a dedication. I mean, I've never made a not good at rhythm. Listen here, you. The current detection system is very bad. Right now, and I'll show you, I'm not crazy. Right now, I'm going off of vibes in terms of detecting the rhythm. There's this thing here that I do. Right up here, we have a buffer window, a time since last beat buffer window, in a perfect window, and I just mess around with those numbers and see if I miss. That is the way this current system is implemented. Which is also why I want to get rid of it. Because it's a very bad way. You can see down here, sometimes it's 2.4 and sometimes the numbers change. I've been attempting. Oh, have I been attempting? Alright, let's see if this string works. I'll go ahead and show this on screen and this screen here. And let's see. If I go back to the right here, what do we get, Godot? I want a nice peaceful fight here. Sweet cookie. Alright. H, E, D, Y, T, H. I'm wondering, why isn't it updating? We get the first 4, and then after that, we don't get any. And maybe we need to research how to make a rhythm beat window system? You might have to elaborate on that one. I can't tell if we're talking smack or not. Those sound like fighting words. And I'm no fighter. Not one bit. Back on our update, what I want to see about is printing the spell verse index. And I want to print here, the first size. Print verse index. Oh, if I can type, I can type. Verse snippet dot length. Technically, this should only be 4. We want it to be 4 because it's from the current to the next. That is the way it works at the moment. And we can go ahead and do levels. Go here. I really think at this point, having a different guy on screen would help, or at least teleporting to the rest of it. Go here. Sweet cookie. Go here and here. There we go. Mute you. And then here. Alright, so it's 4. T. And now it's 3. H. Now it's 2. E. It just keeps going down despite the fact that the index range. Alright, a lot of printing. It's the favorite time of the day. And you're not talking smack, you're talking facts. I don't think so. Not around here. And not thinking Pythonically enough. For a second, I thought that was Pythagorean theorem talk. But welcome to stream, Cod. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Some reason, and it's not this guy here either, I don't think this guy is the reason why it's acting up. It's from index to... I figured it out. It is range plus index. I think. Hold on. Give me a second. I think. I understand what's going on here. Hold on. If I go here again, right? Sweet cookie. A, S, W. I figured it out. Well then. W, E, E, T. Lovely. It's always the little things that get you. In over 4 hours, we're going to 5 Godot crashes. Unfortunately, it didn't crash in what my objective was. Unfortunately, Sabuke. And I'm gonna open it one more time to double check, but hello, so glad to see folks working in Godot. Godot is a lovely engine, I do agree, it's fun. It's been a little painful, but overall fun. And hold on, Vibe Rent Games, is that how you say it? Hi, welcome to stream. I hope you've been good as well. Vibe, that's an interesting name. Alright, so if I do this, the hope is that now what we can do, well, later on we'll be able to do this, but we accomplished what I wanted to accomplish for right now at the very least. And I'm curious to see what it looks like. So I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. I just want to see it take up the whole screen, the letters that we have currently. And the idea is that it scrolls from left to right to make it easier to see as you're typing. I go ahead and do sweet cookie. Now this needs to change. But ignoring that fact, let's see. T, H, E, E, Y, W, E, R, E, E. Okay, it's working. That's the good news. And Godot is a horrible engine. Never use it. It doesn't crash like Godot engine would. You take that back. It's a play on vibrant, which is how you typically pronounce it. Ah, that makes so much more sense. That's nice. Vibrant. I see it. Oh, lovely. That'll be it for me, though. Unfortunately for you, Sumike. I got what I wanted to get done, and that was, if I just scroll back just so you can see. I wanted to get the guys to have the next 4, and as you're typing, that index keeps moving up 1 for the remaining. That is the thing. And next up's gonna be figuring out how to not only space these guys so we can type it a little bit more, maybe figuring out the circle. I'm not too sure. I usually, and I'll bring you back to this screen as well. And oh, you'd think it would be better if it showed letters behind and in front of the current letter? I'm not too sure about in front, and I'll show you again as well, Wrath, since you did say something. As that's what I was thinking, but if you look, when you start here, it doesn't make a difference. You always start at the single letter. So I'm not sure if having anything behind it helps too much. You feel like Roxanne. You poor, poor soul. Can I make this go front again? Everything will be alright. I believe. You just gotta believe. I can try adding after. How it works right now is you type A-N-I-M-E, something like that. Instead, we could try to do something where it does it afterwards, so instead you have that A and then the A goes after. But for right now, I think I went with this one just because having it after, when you do that first one, you don't have anything after. But we can try. I am not opposed to it. I think it could be cool if we have some sort of scroll bar. If I go here, some sort of selector. Oh, let me choose a different color. Something like this where we have the letter here. And this is the current selected letter, and hold on, A there. And then we have a block here for the next ones, the N-I-M-E-E. And then we have, yes, or S-E-Y. There we go. Something like that, maybe. And then as you're going forward, that certain singular one here gets highlighted. Something like that could work, maybe? And you're crying so much? We'll get him next time. Mission failed. But I think this is next up, and then we have to have the circle and the animations and all of those things. But stream again soon. You love seeing game devs other than yourself struggle. I knew it. You're here to watch me suffer. It's alright. I would do the same. It is... It's far better to watch other people struggle. And learn from their mistakes. That way you don't go on to make your own. I'll take it. And let's see, it wouldn't necessarily improve gameplay, but it would make it centered. Yeah, I will give that a look into that, Wrath. As I think, yeah, what I have, maybe. We'll see. But that'll be that from me for today's programming stream. Let's see. Tomorrow, we'll be doing some pixel art studies in terms of learning how animation works. And then the day after that, we're going to be playing an Undertale fan game called Undertale Yellow. I think it's country-based. And then next week, we'll look into continuing this. I typically make my schedules on Tuesday. So if I can somehow figure out how to do all of this by Tuesday, I probably will not be able to. This is what we will be continuing to do. As I do want to get this game out soon, so I do work on it during the week, but we'll see. I will let you know, depending on the schedule. And you're now on Twitch? Welcome to the other side. And thanks for the stream again. Thank you for coming as always. And let's see, game dev is about suffering. It is. And don't you forget it. And thank you for the follow as well. And pickle art. Pickle indeed. Not a dev stream without some struggle. It will not be. If there's no struggle, then you know I've sacrificed my soul to someone out there. A struggleless dev stream is... And thanks for the stream. Thank you. You enjoy game dev because you enjoy challenges? Yeah, I have fun with the challenges. Sometimes it's just a little bit too challenging though. Well, all that said though, thank you for joining. Thank you for coming. I hope to see you all soon, if not next week. Maybe tomorrow. And I'll be going now. I'm gonna go think about my life choices for a little bit and decide why I enjoyed programming. Yep. 100%.